What's up, guys? I slept for 10 hours. I slept a long time. My fiance got some she got some like trial medicine to help you sleep, right? And this was at it was like 7:30 p.m. I showed her the package and she's like, "Oh, I know what this are. This is medicine to help you sleep." And she's like, "So when you're ready to sleep, just take one." So I just opened up the package. I just fucking ate one. Like, fuck it. Like, yeah, but if you're not ready to fall asleep in 30 minutes, then it's not gonna work. It's like, if I'm not asleep in 30 minutes, then it's not working. So, yeah, it took about an hour, but yeah, it did help me get to sleep. It didn't really help me stay asleep. Um, I still roll around a lot. I don't know what it is. I can't get comfortable in bed. I don't know what the fuck it is. But I did actually, end up sleeping for a long time. So I feel pretty good today. And then this morning I stopped by the supermarket and got some of their warm baked goods. I got some rolls with spinach and cheese inside them. That was pretty tasty. So we're trying a couple different things. Firstly, getting a decent amount of sleep, and then secondly, having a bit of substantial food in the morning instead of like some shitty little cookie with 200 calories. So we'll see if I stay awake, or if I stay, energetic longer today, then should be good. Should be nice. Also, if you weren't here yesterday, we got new emotes. And you can see there are two of them that are available to followers only, which are Lurk and I. And the other 8 are locked behind subscription. So if you want to subscribe, you can do so free if you have Twitch Prime, which you should because it makes your delivery of Amazon products a lot quicker. And you get a free sub, so you can subscribe to this channel, and all the money goes towards developing Cauldron Chronicles. Get access to our emotes, which are pretty great. Otherwise, if we have no other faff to get around, can talk a bit about Avatar, the new game that came out, and some of my thoughts on it because I watched some gameplay of that last night. But we'll do that while we're working. Today we have a couple of bugs to get through. I think, what were the bugs? They were, hold on, I got a text document. Hovering over jar list item, then switching camera retains the info panel. Okay, so info panel isn't disappearing, but it should. We can probably nail down the cause of that pretty quickly. And sometimes tooltips don't appear, but I wasn't able to reliably replicate that. So we'll see. And otherwise, we can just start working on some more features for our prototype. Okay, let's switch it over. Scenes, main. Perfect. Chat. Send cat emote in chat. Okay, good. Cat emote working. Just gotta make sure. Okay, hold on. Wrong finger layout. I had fingers on the keyboard like I was playing a game. That's the wrong way to do it. Okay. So the bug that we have, or that we had, is this. And we don't want it to do that. And we can't get rid of it. Well, we can, but we just have to back out of the game. Fuck, dude, it's so good to see all these ingredients. It's so awesome. So good. Okay. Right click. Now, normally when you unhover this button, it does switch that properly. It just doesn't close the info panel. Which is weird, because it definitely should. Is switching station true? So perhaps we aren't switching station? Here, let's do it this way. We are switching stations, so it should be resetting the HUD. collapsing the info panel. I wonder why it's keeping it open then. Here's what we can do. We can untick. Let's get the info panel as I chop more trees on the side. Look guys, I gotta chop trees, okay? I need enough logs to get my fire making and fletching up to 99. Info panel, visibility, and we will print that on. Print string. Don't print a log. Visible. Ooh, I don't want that. Okay. It does collapse it for the briefest of moments. Did you guys see that? Visible, collapse. It's collapsed and then it goes right back to visible. Why is that? Switch to normal. Add context. Visibility of ingredients. It's not like something in here, right? No, it's something else. Fix some of that spaghetti. What if I just find all references of said visibility? Shit, dude, there's a lot. Oh wait, this is looking in like engine stuff too. I don't care about engine stuff. Okay, that's that one. Ugh. Sorry guys. Visibility of ingredients. Now that targets cube. This is ingredient buttons. That's not it. Engine. Process button, no. Toggle info widget visibility. Toggle info widget visibility. Ingredient inbox. Oh, okay, this is for processing, so this is not it. Processing box info panel. Toggle Cauldron ingredient info panel. The thing is that it couldn't possibly be here, right? Hold on. I want to see if this gets triggered. thing is, the reset HUD should be triggering. Oh, we're not actually checking the right one. What's this Cauldron ingredient? Not even the right one. I don't know then. I don't know. I'm gonna try something. Where's my camera graph? I'm gonna put a delay here. I know this will work, so I don't know why I'm doing it, but... Oh shit. I have a forestry event already. It's an easy one at least. Okay, so let me tell you a bit about this Avatar game. I saw it last night, and okay, it looks really good, right? The graphics are amazing. The water shader is a little... It's not bad. It just, compared to the quality of every other asset, it's a little bit lower. But it's still very, very nice. The writing, however, is really cringy. I don't know if it's just me, but the writing in the game was really bad. It was absolutely written with like millennial humor, with characters just being awkward for no reason, and somehow that's quirky. It was right off the bat, it's just really heavy-handed in showing you that humans are terrible and the Na'vi are, you know, blameless. Hey, Mom. Are you proud of me? Oh, I have to ask you, by the way, did you, apart from the joking voice cracks, how many times did you subscribe to me? Yeah, really? Because I was looking back at the history and it said you subscribed for 6 months at tier 1, which doesn't make sense because you can only subscribe for 1 month. I don't know. You didn't like, I don't know what happened. I don't know. It was really weird. You'll have to tell me what happened. Okay, event's over. Let me test this out. Yeah, so I saw this. I don't know. I did the max. What do you mean the max? Are you a tier 3 sub or... Wait, can I check? Founder. VIP. No, you're tier 1, subbed for 1 month. I don't know, it's really weird. I'm talking about the Avatar game. There's a game that just came out. I don't actually think it's on Steam yet. Avatar game, Frontiers of Pandora, that's what it is. I'm talking about this video game that just came out. And I don't know, like it looked really good. But the writing was just so cringy. I love these emotes. These are so good. So it does work. So something is triggering this box to come back, and I don't know why. I don't know what it is. I mean, it couldn't possibly be that the jar list item is being triggered twice, right? For most of the movies that humans are bad. No, I get that. Like, it was just okay. Like the first Avatar movie. I love that catty one. The first Avatar movie is very heavy-handed with it, right? This game somehow manages to be even more heavy-handed. Like the first cutscene, you start the game, and the first cutscene, it just has a human being an asshole right away. Right away. Like for no good reason. Got to ride the Flight of Passage finally. Flight of Passage is pretty fun ride. But I'm glad you're getting to experience all those things. And graph. On hovered. I want to print. I want to print a string here. I just want to print hello. Yeah, you couldn't. It wasn't last year. That was 2 years ago, wasn't it? Okay, I'm gonna stop printing this then. It doesn't trigger again. I just don't understand this. Guardian's ride was good. I'm still partial to that Mickey and Minnie one. I don't know why. Maybe I'm getting old. 2 years in April. Well, we want to visit next year maybe, but next year I also want to do Gamescom in Germany, and if possible, I want to do Tokyo Games Show in Tokyo. But I'm not sure about that one. Gamescom will probably be much more likely. Let's see. Where else could I be triggering this? It all starts at the input. And America, there'd either be GDC or PAX, but I don't want to go to GDC because I'd have to go to San Francisco, which is not desirable. No, I want to see where I trigger these inputs. I don't get why it's doing this. Switch station camera. The camera graph. This all looks right. This is all looking just fine. Alchemy station reset HUD. True. We go to normal. We add mapping context back. Okay. Toggle visibility of ingredients. Fine. Open the tick gate. It's fine. This doesn't trigger the HUD at all. It has nothing to do with the HUD. Update widget interaction. That's fine. That's not even related. This, for some reason, is just not functioning. I want to do this. It couldn't possibly be Wait, I might know what it is, but I'm not sure. I want to do the classic trigger meme every time you say that. There's a pretty good one on Twitch. It's called Hot Pocket. This is usually used for triggered. This one is a pretty good triggered emote. I think what it could be is that the overlay that I have on the info panel this one, this hover border, I think we need to set that visibility too. So I'm going to do that. Let's do get hover border, or can I just toggle viz? Toggle slate viz, hover border viz. I'm going to do this. We'll see if that fixes the bug. It's still showing up. I don't know why. It's disappearing and coming back almost immediately. I just fix it temporarily with this. Yes. Yes, but it's very weird. Okay, no, I can't. I have to figure out why it's doing this. I really have to figure this out. This is my backup solution if I get frustrated. Which I will get frustrated. So. Processing bias is not necessary to look at. Not that. I just don't get it. Nothing that I know should be causing it to just stay open like that. Reference to self, print display name. Let me see if there's for some reason two of these going in, if there's two of these being made. No, there's only one of them. It's only one HUD. Is there more than one info panel being made? Possible. I don't think would be happening, but I think it's possible. Get a reference to self. Print. Get all widgets of class. Gradient info panel. Length. Print. Do there. The briefest of seconds. Oh no, there's something else. No, there's only one of them. There's only one of these being made. So it's not an issue with that. It's not an issue with there being multiple and only clearing one. Hey, Floofy Dragons. How are you all doing today? Probably not as buggy as my game. No worries. Glad you could be here. Sleep well. When are you guys gonna be home, by the way? You guys back home? Because we have to watch Frieden. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, I'm forcing my parents to watch Frieden. With subtitles. So I'm not a dub watcher. Except for Pokemon. For some reason, I used to watch Pokemon with dub. I really like the voice actors for Jesse and James. Alright, so we can start watching then. Look at this, it is #1 top rated anime on MAL still. Which I think it's a little too soon to claim that spot personally, but I do think it is worthy of being in the top 10 for sure at the moment, even though it's not finished. All these other ones are finished, so. Not an easy thing to do. Let's put it that way. You could watch. Just with me, that would work. Okay, guys, where do you think this widget is? Why do you think this isn't working? Like, we are clearly triggering its collapse, and something else is triggering its visibility right away after that. And I don't know what it is. Just hit me up. My own mother using outdated slang. Alright, take care. We'll watch it. What else did I see? There's a lot of controversy around GTA 6 right now too, because For some reason, people are surprised that there's crime in a GTA game. If you could imagine that. Should be impressed that I even know that. I will tell you this, my parents surprise me every day. Good or bad? Not gonna say, but yeah, I don't know, there's a lot of controversy around GTA 6 right now for some reason. It's kind of surprising. Crime in the crime game. That's basically it. Or there's people complaining about too many people of a certain race in fictitious Miami, Florida. Like, bro, it's Miami. I think they did a pretty good job recreating what kinds of people live down there. Which are people who love beaches and doing crazy stuff, wrangling alligators and living in the swamp. All right, take care. We'll watch Frieden later if you have time today. You can start watching it. Just get your tissues ready, because for crying purposes, not other purposes. Not that kind of anime. It's not Shokugeki no Soma or something. Apparently my brother made my mom watch Food Wars. Okay, reset. Look, we are triggering reset HUD. Unless... No. There's no other reasons. Hey, Crossroads. People are loving your emotes. Food porn, I meant Food Wars. I mean, a little bit of like ecstasy when eating something tasty is acceptable. But they literally just had full-blown orgasms while eating food. They are being enjoyed. People absolutely love them. I'm afraid to say that my cat emote has lost its popularity now. I'll send cat too. We'll make cat wall. Visibility. I guess what I could do... How could I do this? How could I find the... Like, I could test on tick when we are reaching collapsed or visibility of the info panel. Because, you know, when we tested it, we ticked the visibility, we know when it collapses, which is about here. The problem is, I don't know when the visibility is coming back. It doesn't make sense. Unless there's some other functionality happening here, and I don't see it. I need a programmer. I need a programmer in here. Let me see if no, he's not online yet. Damn it. I don't know how to debug this in a proper way because I don't know where we're setting the visibility of the ingredient info panel. ingredient jar. Processing box. Alchemy HUD, those are those two. Good morning, Micmatek. Welcome to the stream. You must be a European because you said good morning and not good evening. I can dox you without you even knowing. Look out, Sniper Wolf. Guilty as charged. It's not a bad thing. Radiant battles. I'm struggling right now to find a reason why I'm okay. So I'll show you guys just so you know what's going on. So if I switch camera to the other station while looking at this, while I have my button hovered over one of these, the panel stays, but it disappears for just a second, which is what it's supposed to do. It's not supposed to be here when you switch back to this. And the disappearing for a second is here. Reset HUD, or we clear the HUD essentially. Something after this in all of my blueprints is causing this to reappear for some reason. And it's very weird because it doesn't appear if you aren't hovering over an ingredient and you switch over. It's just fine. It's only when hovering over. It's really weird. And we only trigger this to show once. Like, it's not a per tick kind of thing. And it's clearly triggering the unhover state, right? Which is when you unhover, it shows hover over an ingredient to get its information. It's triggering the logic to switch back to that. What it could be, possibly, gotta get some coffee? Yeah, I don't blame you. I need caffeine for this too. What it could be is that the reset HUD is occurring before the unhover trigger. And the unhover trigger is re-triggering the visibility of this panel. That would mean that the slate logic is being delayed. Learned yesterday there's some override blueprint functions run before others. Yeah, they do. Every game I've worked on, there seems to be some little issue like that where just some blueprints run before each other and you can't really. It's hard to know which ones do and which ones don't. Okay, so if it's an issue of timing, which we can fix, by the way, by delaying another collapse trigger. It's exact. Also, I only do blueprints, so adding 0.1 delayed sometimes. Yeah, it's exactly. I was just saying that. We had the exact same idea. Oops, let me fix that. The thing is, I didn't want to fix it with this because it looks really weird, right? You do get that slight flash. Well, it's weird too because it's not an override function. If it is just a hover and unhover on a button, just must run a bit later. Is there any way that I could fix that? Yes. There might be a way. There might be a way I can fix that. If the alchemy table... the debug... If the alchemy table script runs before it, then a certain enum is going to run before it. Okay. Let me see. Toggle slate. Is there an alchemy table ref here? This will, if this works, we can confirm that it's a timing issue. Select do a get current station. No, not set current station, get current station. No, what we'll do is this. I don't want to do that select that way. We'll just handle it traditional way. Put print string everywhere for debug, yeah. That is probably a good idea. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, it's a timing issue. Because this works perfectly. Yeah, they do sometimes. Granted, you can also just use blueprint interfaces to avoid cast issues. I just try to use blueprint interfaces where possible. The nice thing is, though, if you get actor of class, you don't have to do a cast at all. Especially if you know that you're only going to have one actor of that class in a scene. Okay, the timing issue, I mean, that seems to solve it properly. No problem there. Oop, bell pepper. Yummy yum. Okay, that's working good. Working well, sorry. Bad grammar. I don't think that's going to cause any other issues either. That's just the... Well, it might. Let me see. Yeah, that might. If it is, we'll just put the delay back in. Not a problem. Yeah. Yeah, it is going to cause other problems. Okay, but it just confirms that it's a timing issue, so that's fine. We'll just... handle it that way. Info itself, yeah. It's a prototype. None of this is going to be used in the final game anyway, so who cares? Play. Widgets are fun, yeah, they are. I know exactly what kind of fun you mean, and they are absolutely fun. Get some more music in here. Okay, that bug is fixed. Not in the most elegant of ways, but enough for a prototype. Let's move on to some of the other stuff I have to. Can brew potion at click of a button will instantly reset Cauldron and check if potion meets requirements. Okay, that should be pretty easy. We essentially just need a brew button put somewhere here. And that's about it. Hold on, I want to test something. We put... I just need some things to test with. Okay, how much space do we have? Put it... I could just put it here. I don't really care. I don't want to put it on the HUD. I like putting it in the world. A little bit more fun that way. Yeah. Yeah, it should be doable. Hey, Datu. I saw your hard clue. What quest does Regal Pomp, the song, come from? Sorry I didn't reply. I was trying to get out the door this morning. Could I just copy the... I could just probably copy it and just change the text of this. Just duplicate. Okay. Brew potion button. Kingdom divided. You should just do that quest. I don't think it's that long. Doesn't that give you the access to the Arceus spellbook too? Which is really good. Brawls and reanimating heads. Doesn't require too much in terms of stats. Yeah, this isn't that long. You should do that. You get the Book of the Dead, and you'll get thralls. You should do it. You should do it. It'd be pretty awesome. Okay, processing button. No, let's switch out. Brew potion button. Brew potion. Alright, looks good. Let's add it to the alchemy table. The thing is, I only want it visible when we have 2 or more ingredients in the cauldron, which should be pretty easy, since we keep a track of what's in the cauldron at all times. And on pressed, we basically just need to get the potion outcome, which we already calculate for the info panel, right? And then just output that from the function. We need like a brew potion function. So it'll require me getting up to 100% favor with some factions, grinding agility for 3 more hours and 7 other quests. Do you need 100% favor with the factions? For a kingdom divided? And would it really be 3 more hours of agility for... Hold on. What was the agility needed? 54? Would it? Depths of Despair, 20%, 20%, 20%. 20%, 20%. No, the mini quests are just 20% each, which are pretty easy. Favor doesn't take too long to grind up, actually. I'm sure there's some quests that could get the agility up, that's true. Agility doesn't take too long, especially if you need to grind out that graceful set. The top mini quest. Let me check it again. Might have missed it. Oh, Architectural Alliance. Doesn't say that you need. Oh, in order to receive the assistance of a great Kurend architect, players need to speak with them once they gain 100% favor with the respective cities. In order to complete the mini-quest, players must gain 100% favor with all cities. Okay. It doesn't take that long, though, to be honest. I mean, people make a kind of a big stink about favor, but it doesn't take too long to get up. Okay, what was I doing? Yeah, we need the brew potion button put here. I'm just gonna put it here, I don't fucking care. Why was it put in there? I don't want to put it in there. Okay, it wasn't. My bad. Brew potion widget. Okay, where are you, buddy? There you are. Nice and big. Okay, we need 2 things for it. We need it to receive hardware input and draw at desired size. Perfect, let's just put it right there. Nice big button. No, we want it smaller. Okay, let's see. Damn it. That's too small. That's way too small. Okay, I know this looks bad, guys, but we need to accept that a prototype is meant to be functional over pretty. Function before form. Oh, I have it on snapping. Okay. Okay, maybe it's a little bit too big. Okay, let's do 0.15. Good enough. This is all from the, this is all the Starbound soundtrack. Chucklefish was pretty awesome, and they gave us permission to, well, they give any content creator permission to use this in the background while they're streaming. It's a really nice soundtrack. I'm really happy that they were nice about that. I mean, you don't own the rights to it, of course, but they don't claim it on like YouTube or Twitch, so I haven't gotten a claim about it so far at all. We were using Chill Hop, and like Chill Hop was nice to some extent, but they were, sometimes they claimed, sometimes they didn't. It was really fucking buggy. It's like, I can't have this uncertainty. I need to know that the music I'm playing is not gonna get me fucked on YouTube or something. Okay, let's see. Event graph. Where's the alchemy graph? Okay, alchemy graph. Cauldron checker. Caused issues. Okay, we won't attach those. Ingredient, true update potion panel. Do we want to put another small macro here to like update like brew info or something? And then we can just store the current potion brew in here. Depends. Yeah, let's do it. Where do we... Get ingredient ID, add ingredient to Cauldron. One ingredient. Okay, so this is where we actually update the array of ingredients that are in there. Update Cauldron. This could have the output for the potion that's in there. I don't think we have a structure though for the potion. Do we need to make a potion structure? We might need to. Update Cauldron. That's not the... Build potion panel. This bad boy. We might have to refactor this a little bit, or just get me the fuck out of here. I love that return node. Good. Because otherwise what we'd have to do is when the player presses the brew potion button, we would have to run through a lot of this logic again. And I don't see a point in doing that if we're already doing this once. There's no point. Let's make a potion structure. I'm gonna put it here just for temporary purposes. ST potion. And I guess we'll refactor this as we need it, because for now we just need data. We don't need any info about like the name of the potion or whatever the fuck, right? Or the color. It's not important. What we just need is the data. We're gonna get an array of ingredient IDs. This will be ingredients. We'll need... What do we have for effect? S effect, which is... Wait, really? Doesn't even include tier? Ingredient effect. That's what it is. Okay, effects, flavor. And then I think tags, right? Is that all we need? Ingredients, effects, flavor, tags. I don't think there's anything else. I mean, we have the ingredients. That's mainly just for purposes of... The data doesn't hurt to have. Effects, flavor tags. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay. On the output of this function, potion. Potion data. Yeah, the good thing is we already have ingredients. So that's fine. At the end of this, I think we'll just do a make. Get ingredients, okay. Look, 25% done, right? No. Oh wait, this needs to be an array of effects. We gotta fix that. Okay. Effects. For each set current effect. Add ingredient array, current index array for. What the fuck is going on here? That's possible effects. We need the guaranteed effects. Get actual effect tiers to show. Create effect widget and icons, then add to correct box. Guaranteed effect indices. What we need. Current effect ID index, get effect tier. So we need to. That's the actual effect tier. We have the effect here. Isn't that all we need? Set effect. What do we do with that? Oh, it's this. Okay, create maybe effect widget. Create effect. Okay, so we can take this effect structure. We just need to add this to an array of. Yeah. Remote to local variable. Potion effects. And switch this to an array. Get add. Okay, that should handle the effects. Flavor should be pretty easy. Yeah, we're just going to take this value and essentially Okay, let's make this ocean flavor. One will be a little bit different. Set by ref. Flippy. I could do another select. But then the set by ref is gonna get a little bit weird. I know what I could do. Change it to an array of floats. And we'll just add the 3 values of this to the array. Then we'll pull this down. Ocean flavor. Make. Little dirty, don't mind it. Fine. Oops, not 20. So, go back. Make flavor structure for what? All right, should work. Let's do it. And then the potion tags, I think, is just, oh, that needs to be a array as well. Oopsies. Simple as that. I believe, but I'll double check. Potion tags add unique. Yeah, okay. So that's good. That should output essentially the potion data. And then we can compare that up to something in a comparison function. But the good thing is we have that data now. Alright, current potion data, good. Saved. No. Graph. Let's make another small macro of update brew button. This should be rather simple. We're just gonna need an execution node in and out. Execute, then stay in stealthy. What I want to do. Oh yeah, we need to get the ingredients in Cauldron. Length. And if length is greater than... This doesn't return the index. Yeah, okay. Length is greater than 1. Actually, we can just do a select node on that, to be honest. Where's the brew potion widget? Get visibility. Don't even need to select. Perfect. All right, default it should be invisible as well. All right, let's see how this works. Oh, it would help if we actually hook up our new macro. Traditionally speaking, blueprints don't function if you actually don't hook them up to anything. Oh. Stupid. Yeah, I do that probably like 50% of the time. It's like, okay, new blueprint made, new function, let's fucking go, let's test it. Oh, I forgot to do that. I forgot to hook it up. So stupid. Okay, let's try it now. Traditional meal of bell pepper and snail. All right, perfect. Isn't disappearing. Wonderful. It's because I didn't put it here either. Okay, shows up on. Good. Good stuff. Okay, now we need the button logic. But yeah, I tossed the Kingdom Divided clue and already completed a different art clue. No, you have to do Kingdom Divided. You have to do your quests. Get your quest cape. Quest cape OP. Actually, what does the quest cape do? Hold on. Does it have any functions? I can teleport to Legends Guild gates. I mean, it's okay, I guess. It does a lurk. Hey, Fraser, if you subscribe, actually, you don't need to subscribe. You get our lurk emote for free as a follower. Because I'm nice. I'm just so good to you guys. No, I figured like people who lurk aren't always gonna be subscribers, so it's like here, have the lurk emote. Lurk and hi are free. No, don't worry. I don't push subscriptions on people anyway. No, trust me, I understand about the money. I can't even afford games these days. Especially after this summer, Jesus Christ. Starfield, the $100 edition, Baldur's Gate 3, Armored Core. I'm broke. I am absolutely broke. No good games to buy anyway. Yeah, we kind of had that this summer. Time to make your own. I don't even have Lethal Company yet. I don't have anyone to play Lethal Company with. And even then, I don't know if I have time after work to do something like Lethal Company. It is a good game though. But I'm trying to save money right now. Overpriced day one patch error 37. Server games. Oh, that's exactly it. Day one patch. I mean, day one patches, I know they have to exist. They exist because of consoles primarily. Steam not so much, but consoles, it's mainly the issue. The certification just takes so long that we spend 200 mil. Well, you would still kind of have to. The reason is it's because certification takes so long that it, like, you know, it can take like 2 to 3 weeks sometimes or more for certification from consoles. So you're still developing the game or polishing it in that time, and you can't send a new build to Sony or Microsoft in this time, because then they would have to restart the certification. So you pretty much have a day one patch available. But with Steam, it's a little bit easier just because you don't have to certify it. You just upload it, and if it breaks people's games, well, it is what it is. I mean, Valve does a lot of testing, yeah. The thing is, if you can delay things, they don't really make games. Well, they made Half-Life Alyx, right? But that's about it. I think that was the most recent work. Okay, we need brew potion, which should be pretty easy. Just on processing. Okay, we don't need that anymore. Yeah, it's just console certifications they exist for a reason, but it also means that day one patches are just going to happen. You can't help it. Either you have a day one patch, or you just give Sony your build or Microsoft your build, and then you just don't develop until the game releases, which would just be inefficient for everyone. Especially because you'll inevitably find bugs after you send them that gold build. Inevitably. And the larger the game, the longer that certification is going to take. So something expansive like a open world RPG is going to take a long time to certify, but something smaller may not take as much time. I remember though, Sony had to. My Kyber sounds like it's taking input twice. Does it? Do you guys hear that? Is it like duplicating my voice? Sounds fine on your end. Might have been on your end. No worries. Better safe than sorry, right? You have the stream open twice. He's just trying to add to that viewer count. Are you trying to viewer bot me? You guys better be careful. I'll embed my stream on Elden Ring Wiki. You guys make me upset. I will join F Extra Life. I will sell my soul out. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Ow. I just bumped. Son of a bitch. Apparently Opera decided. What happens? It's just trying to give you that Opera experience, right? Okay, on Elise Brew Potion we need to... I'm gonna send the data back to the alchemy table and ask for karma for trying to blackmail us. That's true. Yeah, if anyone knows, do not use any wiki that F Extra Life creates. Do not open it, block it. They're stream botters. They're very scummy. Do not support them. Their wikis are pretty shit anyway. They're just very good at utilizing search engine optimization. Brew potion. Get actor of class. Alchemy table. I do know that if I talk for a while, the timbre of my voice gets a bit weird. I end up sounding like a smoker. We're going to get actor of class, and we're going to, in alchemy table, we're going to brew potion. Just because this is where we have all of our info, right? Okay, brew potion. Should be it. Pretty much all we have to do. I have a forestry event. That's why I'm a little distracted. I gotta chop those roots, okay? I gotta get that XP. Even though I'm well past 99. I have 17 million woodcutting XP. Okay, brew potion. This should be relatively simple because we already have the data. If the potion data is correct, by the way. Right now we don't test the potion against anything. So we basically just need to clear the ingredients in Cauldron. And then just run update brew button, update potion panel, update Cauldron panel. Run these 3 macros and we're good. For now. So fire giants in the den of giants might be bugged. Haven't dropped anything from the catacombs yet, even though they're supposed to. How many have you killed? Because it could just be confirmation bias at a certain point. Hey, Cusper. Oh, 300. It could just be bad luck. Okay, brew potion works. Good. So we have like part of this done, right? We can brew potion at a click of a button, instantly resets Cauldron, but we don't have anything to check it against right now, so. But we do have the potion structure, so. He's like Casper the Ghost, right? Although I don't know if he knows about that. Casper the Ghost is like a really old animation set of movies from the US. Oh, you know them? Okay. Yeah, I loved Casper. Casper's so cool. Whatever happened to Casper? Casper meets Wendy. Sir, this is a Wendy's. You got a VHS. That's right, you did go to the US, didn't you? I always forget about that. You're wrong, but I'm pretty sure Casper died. Casper died? Well, he's a ghost. Okay, he didn't die. I mean, he did die, but he can't die again. He can't die twice. It's like Die Hard. Casper Spook School in 2010. How do you become a ghost if you don't die? You get born a ghost, okay? Two ghosts bang. They give birth to a ghost. Ghost babies. What do you think ectoplasm is, okay? That's how babies get made. You still have that VHS? Pretty cool. Okay, so we can't do this aspect yet because we don't have any requirements. We could make a data table of potions that the player needs to try and meet or exceed in some way. But I think that how are we gonna do this? Need to move this channel into an educational category so we're learning about the reproductive processes of ghosts. You watched it in kindergarten. Pretty cool. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. How do we give the player a goal potion to make? What can it have and not have? Does it need to meet effect tiers exactly? Can it exceed effect tiers? Is the flavor goal within a range? So if we give them like, 0.3 sweetness, do we accept 0.2 or up to 0.4? Within a range. And beyond that, tags we're not going to worry about because tags are just they're just there at the moment. We have a grading system for potions. Do we do a grading system? We're essentially going to make a very basic grading system. I don't want to spend too much time on it just because I just want it to be functional, decent, right? It won't be like a bonus just because I just need the player to see a goal and to try and achieve it. Just for the prototype, just so that the player has something to aim for when they're testing this to see if it's fun. We have three aspects, right? We have effects. Oh no, we just have effects and flavors really right now. So for effects, I'm thinking we have two things we say. We require certain effects and we require that you don't have other effects. Maybe. Or maybe we just make them aim for specific... It'll be much easier if we just say tier 2 regen health, right? And you need to make a potion with that. At least for this first prototype, right? Like we can make the system better for further prototypes, but at least for this first one, we just need you need to make these, you know, exactly. No, there will also be like, well, what could we do? We could do. Let me think of, because I'm trying to think of how we do it in data and how we show it to the player. Let me think about it in terms of data first. We tie it into the color of the potion. And to make a potion that matches a particular color, have a particle effect. We could. The thing is, the colors are just kind of they're too abstract, and I don't want to mess with particle effects right now. Too much work. And we would still need the data to be functional, right? So I think if we do, let me think about the data. Two arrays. Effects to have, or effects to meet. Effects to, let's just do it this way. Effects to have, effects to not have. I don't like, okay, this kind of makes me think that the way we set up effects are garbage. It would be much easier if I could just say don't have any negative effect. And I could just do a Boolean, right? Where I just leave this array blank and we just say can't have any positive effects for poisons. And then same thing, but can't have any negative effects. We do a Boolean variable for each effect and just go if effect 1 equals true. The simpler the better, which that would be pretty simple. Does it have any tier of regen? We only need to give the player like 10 to 20 of these to make, right? The amount of time that I'm expecting the player to test this is, I don't know, 20 to 30 minutes, right? Max. Anything more, we just don't have we don't have the gameplay for anything more than that, right? Because if we do it this way with these 4 things, right, where we have the arrays here and the booleans, based for your discussion on game production pipeline, how much of this will make it through into the final game? None of it. Everything in the prototype is not going to be in the final game. Let me rephrase this. Every bit of code in the prototype doesn't make it into the final game. We rewrite everything from scratch. We create the game design documentation based off of the prototype. And we say, okay, we couldn't do this in the prototype, but we want to do this for the final game. And then we give the programmers the prototype, the documentation, and we sit down with them. We plan out how to get from A to B, B being the ideal, A being essentially the prototype and documentation. How do we go from this to where we want to go? Okay, so for the prototype, how many potions are you wanting to put in there? The thing is, the player can make any potion that they want, right? But for the prototype, what I want is for it to randomly generate one potion at a time from a database of 20, right? It's just going to pull randomly, and you make it. And you have to meet certain requirements. And if you succeed at that, it will generate a new one from that database. It won't randomly generate them. We're going to create ones that just go into that database. How you want to test potions? It's just going to be data versus data. If we have effects to have and effects to not have, we can put, in here, regen health tier 2, right, is an effect to have. But you can't have any, and let's just say you can't have any negative effects. So this is it. No, this is just for effects first. Flavors will be easier in my opinion. I'm just trying to think of how we deal with effects first. Because to me, those are a bit more trouble. Like have that in the vertical slice, but not in prototype. No, we're just gonna have to iterate on effects. But we do want effects to be part of this. Just for now, I'm sorry, flavors. Let me show you guys. So we randomly choose 1 out of X potions from a database. These are designer-made potions and may have multiple effect requirements and flavor requirements. You then have to brew a potion that meets those requirements. So if it is, you need to have a potion with regen health tier 2, and it can't have any negative effects, and it needs to have a sweetness level of over 0.5. You just need to brew any potion using any ingredient that meets those requirements. And then it will pull another one from that database, which might be damage health tier 2, can't have any positive effects, needs to be, have taste, sweetness, bitterness, and sourness below 0.2, so it's very, very mild in taste. This is all it's going to be for the prototype, for this first prototype. That way you actually have a incentive to go to the ingredient shelf, to look at different ingredients, to test them, to process them in different ways. If you know what I mean. But we have the potion data, right? We've already set up this structure. We can get the ingredients, the effects, the flavor, the tags. We now just need to make a function that tests that potion data against your requirements. And if you succeed, it triggers success, and if you don't, you need to try it with a different combination of ingredients. Very simple. We're using F names for the potion effects. We were using enums, but they cause some issues with importing and exporting from CSV. So we use F names, but it's fine. We just test F names. Yeah, this will work. I think this will work for effects. Flavors will be a little bit easier. We'll just have a sweetness value, bitterness value, sourness value. Using gameplay tag for ease of use may be a better idea. Yeah, except gameplay tags might have the same issue that the enums did. I mean, we already pull from a data of effects, so it's not a problem. We just have the effects here, not here. Or was it? That was the old one. Wasn't it? It's somewhere. I don't remember where. Importing and exporting from CSV with enums was not being enjoyed at all by Unreal, causing errors. We just switched over to fname. Typical, ID, which is better in my opinion because then we can actually just have a database of effects tied to enums rather than, or tied to fnames rather than enums. The enum is not the way to do it. It was a bad idea. When they brew a potion, where does that data get stored? Alchemy table currently. And does it just list the potion effects in an array there? It stores this structure here. Hard to see. Let me show you the structure itself. Array of ingredient fnames, array of effects structure, flavor structure, and then an array of tags and enums. So it's fine, we have the data, and if I set it up correctly, it's working just fine. We just need to know how to test it against what the player needs to do. And then how to show the player that. Sweetness value, bitterness value, sourness value. But yeah, the enums were not a good idea to do effects in. That was a really dumb idea in my opinion. It's a good meth cooking simulator. Yes. But no, probably not. So, okay, we can do sweetness threshold default 0.1. B should sweetness wait, how do I want to do this? Do we give a report card that shows up with the evaluation? We don't know yet. We don't know. We don't yet know how to display it to the player because we don't yet know what to display to the player. But it's not going to be very complex. It just needs to be easy to read, essentially. The thing is, the game itself isn't going to have this report card, right? We're not going to be grading the player's potion. The player's potion will be graded essentially by the NPC when you give it to them. So I don't want to spend too long on something that just isn't going to be essentially in the game. I'm spamming Discord, I'm out of sync with what's going on. We're making this, our prototype into a small little mini game, right? Just to give the player incentive and goals to reach. So the player creates the potions. The player's potion is tested up against a potion requirement that they have to make, their goal. And if they don't make it, they need to try again. If they make it, it will generate a new one. So I'm just trying to visualize this from a data point of view. How do we want to do this for the player? In the simplest, quickest way possible. I think we can have an enum here. Have like a... Real things drop with the nature talisman of the catacombs. Shouldn't it be chaos talisman underground? How many potions are we talking about? It's only going to be a smattering of 10 to 20. It really just needs to be, I'm going to design the potions that the player needs to make. The player just needs to make a potion that meets those requirements, and then it generates a new one from a database. It's not going to be randomly generated, it's just going to be randomly chosen. Oh. The allowance. This will be an enum for with none, allow all above, allow all below. Corporate card because simple text output on screen like a console output for now. Just print screen potion has the effect. No, we will have something that shows if the player meets it or not. It's not going to be like crazy complex. We'll see first. It's just first we need to know what the player actually needs to make before we know how to display it. Because if we, can't have any negative effects, can't have any positive effects, there's a different way that we need to put that text on screen for the player. So first we just need to have the basic setup and data, and then we can make the data look pretty and show it to the player in a proper way. Plus minus, that's not a plus. Oops, this is what I'm thinking. We essentially have an array of effects to have, which will be the tier as well, right? Effects to not have. And then there's two booleans of can't have any positive effects, can't have any negative effects. And then we have flavor values where individually we can control a value that they need to reach, a threshold plus or minus, so we create a range. And then an enum for flavor allowance, so we can set, 0.5 sweetness, threshold of 0, and allow all above, so anything above 0.5. Or anything below 0.5 is the way that I see that. I'm still a little concerned that the effects won't be that, I don't know, we'll see. Hopefully you guys get what I mean, though. If you don't, I can try to explain it in a different way. But you need the booleans. We can, except that we would have to list every single negative effect. It would be easier to just have the boolean to say, yeah, I don't have any negative effect. I mean, I can do it just by putting in all of the negative effects into the array. But the boolean is just kind of, now you don't have any of it. Yeah, we do need to assign which ones are positive and negative, but I was going to do that anyway, to be honest. It just works either that way. Or I can just create a local array with that info. It would be easier to handle it in the data. Because then if I create a new effect, I can just update that enum. Where do I hold that ingredient array? Yeah, this is why we did it, wasn't it? This effect. Ingredient effect. Name. Easy with it. Thank you so much for the subscribe. Hope you like the emotes. What's your first emote gonna be? Get that cool first badge. Yeah, that's so awesome. Founder. Perfect. That is exactly how we can describe game dev. That's so perfect. Yeah, okay, let me open up Excel. Because I think what we wanted to do... I'd actually done this on my previous prototype of this game a long time ago, where I did have effect type. Positive buff defensive, positive buff utility, negative restoration. I had given these values to it. And I think I should just do that again. Can I open up another? Okay, I can. Yeah, we just need to export this. And I'll just add in a row or a column for the effect type. That'll be much better. Tiers. That's fine. Let's see, effect. Data, effects. Tiers, and we don't have that enum yet, but let's make that enum. Effect types. Now, do these old ones work, or do we want new ones? Let's copy it. Now this was... I kind of had it working before. Maybe I should just... Do I have this open again? That's not what I mean. Old protos. Elk. Yeah, I do. Let me open it. Well, check out what maybe I can just copy some of my old work. Why reinvent the wheel? Where would it have been? It would have been in data, tables. How did I set this up? Need a simple healing potion, nothing too fancy. Please don't put anything bad in it. So I think it was any potion with at least restore health 1. And then any positive effects were okay, but you can't have any negative or poison effects. Yeah, I like that. I like that, except what it doesn't allow us to do is... It doesn't allow us to have a potion that's or poison, essentially. It doesn't allow us to say, I want the poison, please include poisons. Oh no, I see how it works. No, I see. Actually, it does. I just named it weird. Positive add effect types means if you add any of these effect types, we're cool, but don't include any of the negative effect types, which could be positive, right? Don't include any positive. Yeah, okay, that could work. Okay, so I have a boolean for if flavor is actually important. We could do that, okay. The flavor required. If so, then the rest of this is relevant. If not, we ignore it. So the first thing that we could give players is something very simple to make, like that restore health 1. And we could put on the table the, a few ingredients that will reach that that state already. Effects to have, effects to not have. Essentially, we don't need the booleans if we switch over to these effect types. Let's pull these over. You put it in a difficulty rating for the potions of the final game, so you can have them basic potions at the start. That's not how it's going to necessarily work in the final game. We're gamifying the prototype because it's just going to be a mini game, but the final game won't have anything like difficulty ratings. The final game will be a lot less gamified than we're making this prototype. But we make the prototype gamified because we don't have the elements in place to create the structure of the game flow that we want. So what happens then if they get requests for potions that they can't get the ingredients for?
Yeah. Damn you.
And they can make Matic for the fall. What happens if they get requests? If you can't get the ingredients for it, well, you won't know what ingredients you need, right? So if you can't find anything, then really the person is either just going to have to come back later, or they might not come back at all. But of course, the way that we structure the NPC flow is important here. So we can determine if we can have a potion request from an NPC that it's going to be possible because it's like springtime, for instance, and we know that we are spawning this ingredient in the world during this time. So it can be kind of scripted in that way, if we want to put it that way. Effect names, ingredient effect. I don't actually know which ones of these we aren't using. Let's just make effect types. Yeah, that works. Effect types for Proto. All right. I'm going to move these over here. I have two enums called effect type. Okay. Where's the other one that we are using? Effect type? I have two for effect type? Oh, this is the old one. That isn't even being used anymore. One reference in memory. Yeah, it's fine. Just delete it. Something breaks, so be it. We would need to fix it up anyway, so that's fine. Like, if I can just reiterate, we're gamifying the this prototype as a way to test it. Because if we can give the player this right now, this is fine. We could release this, but I don't want to release this the way it is because the player just doesn't have anything to do in it. So we can gamify it by making up potions for the player to make, for the player to try and achieve. And in this way, the player actually has a reason to experiment, to test out the system, to see if it works, if they like it, and any pain points along that path. Just to see if the alchemy system itself, if the gameplay loop of creating potions and having a goal in mind is enjoyable. Obviously, in the final game, though, the player's goals will be delivered via NPCs or through their own goals in the open world. But we don't have any of those in the game yet, so we have to mimic the idea of them creating goals. Okay, this is the old one. Insert effect type. It is what I call the right effect type. We'll put a space there. Response for the guy. We can make him an NPC. Data validation list equal effect types. That is not the name. Okay, perfect. I had another one called Cure. Cure. This is a positive buff. Defensive. You know what? We can put egg poison. Positive cure. That way, if we do, you know, all positive, all negative, we can just split the string at that first underscore. Make my job a little bit easier. Moonlight. That could be interesting. I'll add that to our maybe list. Fortify carry weight. It's a utility buff. Fortify health. Defensive buff. Invisibility. Utility. Regenerate health. Sorry, I was thinking about something else. I don't know why. Positive restoration, regenerate stamina, positive restoration. All I see is POS and I just think of piece of shit. Piece of shit restoration. Restore health. Just magic. Defensive buff, damage health, negative restoration. Bartek. More like poisons, but it's fine. As long as we're consistent with the effect types that we're using here, it's fine. We're using it to classify data for this potion data sheet that we want to have. Fear. What's got? Negative debuff, utility, frenzy. It's more important that we just list that they are positive or negative, right? So, frenzy. Whoa. Weakness to magic. Paralysis. And luck. So are the effect types of the potion names the ones going in the array, or are these effect names? The row names of this are the effect names that we use. The name column is just what we show to the player. Tiers is mainly used by us to calculate, but we might use it eventually. So I'm gonna put it into the spreadsheet, into the data table, I should say. And the effect types are a way that we're going to determine if we should allow or not allow this into the final potion. That way we can say, hey, make me any potion with a positive restoration effect. And then we can just grab this effect type and test it. Make me a potion without any negative effects, and we can easily exclude any effects on this. This is how I was doing it in my original prototype many years ago. And I do think that it is better handled that way. I can show you. There are errors in first-person character. Why? Okay, VR actions. I don't give a fuck about VR. I don't care. Okay, good. What was the button? See? Yeah, so you could see that it required a positive restoration effect and didn't have any flavor requirements. And then bonus for effect types, any positive effect, penalty for effect types, any negative effect or poison. Kind of see the general idea. Don't really like the way we showed this to players necessarily, but I do like how we did this in the data. Or how I did this in the data. So I'm just going to try to recreate something similar. Okay, let me make an export script for this. Wasn't on the docket, but it should be fine. Okay, that's fine. If yeah, we don't have strings in this. Here's row name and effect name, effect tiers, and effect. I think we need to put the effect name. Oh, we do the name. That's right. We do name ID. Okay, that looks good. I can't just like, I wish I could just copy and paste this whole thing, but I don't think I can do that. No. Pause here. Wait, let's put none in there as well. Secure. Buff, offensive. Buff, defensive. Utility. Buff, defensive. Hello. Egg. Buff. Utility. Poison, which is unused, but it's fine. Okay, yeah. Actually, I could add the Any pause. Any neg. That's fine. Don't think that'll cause a problem right now. S effect type, that's fine. Okay, we need to get this updated from this. We don't have string table here. X. Let's export this as a CSV and let's check what the data looks like. This is a significantly more simple CSV than the ingredients, I'll tell you that. Okay, so put everything in quotations, essentially. To be safe. Okay, that's fine. Let me try exporting it. Fuck it, right? Oh, this is the wrong one. Wait, did I oh yeah, I exported the wrong one. Oopsies. Oh, it's doing the fucking loc. Fuck off. Damn localization. It shouldn't be. X. Oh, it's tied to the wrong, where's that exporting it? Oh, I had to, okay, I know what the issue is. I know what the issue is. G. Change the column that the data was looking for. That would explain it. That looks better. Much better. You are very well organized. I kind of hate it. I don't think I'm well organized at all. Look at my content browser. It just shit's everywhere. I have to clean it up. I even have it on my to-do to clean it up, and I keep like, okay, I'll do it off screen. I'll do it off screen, and then I end the stream and I'm just like, I'm going home. Pouring a glass of something and I'm relaxing. Okay, this looks good though. Don't need that. Spreadsheets for stuff. No, I'm not organized. Okay, well I do like this. I do like to keep spreadsheets of things because this is how I balance and manage all my data. And then I write custom export scripts so that we can make changes in here and then just export it. Boof boof, right into Unreal. Well, I still have to do a drag and drop, right? But yeah. I've never played EVE Online. I don't want to play EVE Online. That's too hardcore for me. Look, I already lose my life in this game, okay? Look at me, I'm just chopping magic trees. My life is lost, it's gone. I can only lose my life once. And the windows, okay. Enough. I did do Golem Quest in Shadows of the Storm today, nice. Those are nice to have done. Okay, we have effects. This looks good, everything's here. Nothing broken. The next step I want to do... Effects to have, effects to not have. Flavor required. The flavor's good. Flavor, I like how we're doing flavor here. I think what we'll do is have required effects. And then we'll do an array of enums for bonus effect types, penalty effect types. And these will be utilizing the new enum that we made. Yeah. Okay, let's make a bunch of new data here. Data. Commissions. Need a new enum. Flavor. Threshold. What do I call it? Flavor allowance. Yeah, that sounds better. This will be none. Allow all above. Allow all below. Tolerance. Allowance. They both kind of mean the same thing in this case, I guess. Yeah, they both kind of just mean the same thing. Tolerance. Things it doesn't tolerate. It is a requirement. I don't know. Semantics, I guess. Structure. We need a structure for this. S, flavor, mission, flavor. Yeah, that's fine. Wait, do we want to do it this way, or could I just... No, because that could get messy with output. Let me do it in a simpler, kind of more dirty way. I don't like it, but it'll work. Artifacts, that's already a structure, bonus effect types. That's just an array of enums, Boolean. Simple is good. It doesn't need to be crazy, especially when all this is going to be trashed anyway for vertical slice. This was required effects, right? Yeah, required effects as an array. Bonus effect types and penalty effect type. Bonus effect. Array. Penalty effect types. A float value, enum. Sweetness value, sweetness threshold. Sweetness value. Sweetness threshold. Sweetness allowance, and we're just gonna like copy and just paste this 2 more times. Same thing. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Dumb but works. And if I do put this into the spreadsheet, it'll be a lot easier to output this. So much simpler. Aren't you changing? Oh, it's because it's the same. Dude, you can use broad bolt. That's huge. Those are so cheap. They're so cheap and so good. Just buy a couple thousand of those. Last you forever. You should get your fire cape. Bitterness allowance. Sourness value. Sourness threshold. Allowance. Okay, this looks good, this commission. Let's make a data table now for the commission. And let's build one and see how it looks from the data side. Miscellaneous data table. Commission. Oh, I named it incorrectly. Hold on, let me fix that. That's good. Why did I name it ST? I keep naming it the wrong thing. It's S underscore. You idiot. Alright. Better. DT commission. New row. Let's do C underscore health potion 1. So then we can use row name to do to find strings as well. That'll make my job easier. A required effects. It will require, what's the effect ID? Let's do E restore health. We kind of have some overlap here, right? Oops. E restore health. Tier 1. Bonus effect types will be any positive. Penalty effect types are any negative. And, ooh, we forgot a Boolean value. That's right. B flavor required. Perfect. And this one won't have any flavor requirement. Ooh, I got a forestry event. You guys want to watch? Like, you can watch me click on things. Okay, we're gonna try the R. 2 and 3. Now we need number 1. Okay, easy. 1, 2, 3. Look at this riveting gameplay. Actually, we got pretty lucky with the spawns of this. Not much running is needed. Easy game, 51k XP. Love it. You'll love to see it. Okay, back to work. So this is generally how the commissions, we're just gonna call them that for the prototype, are going to be structured. We have a potion which requires certain effects and will allow for any any additional effects or any negative effects, and then either requires a flavor or doesn't. Let's add one that requires a flavor so you guys can kind of see what that looks like. Let's do sweet invisibility. I'm gonna put a _2 there. Perfect. So this requires, let's say, invisibility. Tier 2. And allows for any positive effect, penalty for any negative effect. Requires flavor, sweetness value of 0.5. No sweetness threshold, and will allow anything above 0.5 for sweetness. Bitterness value, it will require allow all below 0.4, 0.4. So high sweetness, very low bitterness and sourness, invisibility potion, minimum tier of 2. So I think it's fairly easy to set up a potion in this case. We can even do something even crazier with like health potions. Have it require restore health 2 and generate health 2. Fortify health 1. And no flavor requirement on that. As long as it fucks you over with health. Now, we don't actually know if it's possible to make the potions on this yet. That's why I'm going to probably make potions using the ingredients. We're gonna like play around with this system itself and try to make something. And then when we create something interesting, we'll throw it into the database. But we're gonna try to focus on making potions that have multiple pathways to reach the same goal, right? If it requires specific ingredients to get to that goal, it's not that interesting to me. It's more interesting if the player could utilize any number of things to reach the commission request. Okay, for now, I'm not going to put this into my spreadsheet yet. I'm not going to do it yet. We're not going to have a similar number of things like the ingredients, right? This one is just too many things to balance the values of. But this we could handle if we need to here. Okay. The next step would be when the player brews the potion, we need to check if their potion actually meets this. So we need to create essentially the meat of this function. If you add a potion with a positive effect and a negative effect of the same type, will they cancel each other out or will they both take effect? What do you mean? Because there aren't currently... Or do you mean like, let me see. Like damage health and restore health, for instance? Yeah, they would probably, at this point, they would both take effect. They would both be present. Of course, for a commission, it would be a, positive restoration and negative restoration effect, so it just wouldn't pass. And a client certainly wouldn't like it if they were looking for a health potion. On like a tooltip, for instance, if they did the same effect data-wise, we could then just summarize the effects. So if like it restored health 5 or damaged health by 3, we could just say restores health by 2, right? Or just go the Elder Scrolls route and append everything to each other. We don't know yet. The player isn't going to actually be able to physically see the potions they're making in this prototype. They'll just be able to see whether or not it passes that commission requirement. Let's see here, we have current potion data. Where do we store we store it here, ingredients cauldron. Let's put out the current potion data in there. Processing box, zoomed, then camera. Current station is more of a generic. Keep those organized. All of this happens at the end, right? So we can just kind of just move this down. I don't know how large this is going to be, probably kind of big, medium-sized blueprint. We need to get the current potion data. I think current commission row we will store in the game instance. Variable current commission. This commission. And we'll create a new function to generate new commission. And then I'm going to keep actually an array to completed commissions. Because we don't want the same commission to repeat. We want the player to exhaust all of them from the database first. And then they can get, they start fresh with new random options. But for now, we won't hook this up because it's fine. Current commission will be, what do we want to do? Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, we can store it like that, that's fine. I was just thinking maybe we could do, no, we'll do row names. It'll be much easier to compare row names to each other. Like I can just grab the row names of a data table. Otherwise, if I do the structures, I have to compare the structures to each other, which would just be more work for no feasible use. And we will set the current commission to this first health potion. That way we have something to actually utilize. Okay. Alchemy table. Get game instance. Asked to GI alchemy. Get current commission. Get data table row. Missions. All right, now we start the comparison. Actually, let's save the commission and let's save the commission to a local variable. Current commission data. And we'll go beneath this and we'll start to do it. Technically, we don't need the ingredients here, but it doesn't hurt. We're mostly just comparing effects and flavor. Okay, let me think here. Before I dive into the actually testing this, we need to think about how what order do we want to do this in? We need to check at least first if the required effects are in there. Okay, so break this. Required effects. Okay, so we could for each through the current potion's effects. And for each of them, then we can test if it's in there. So we'll do like for each. Probably need a for each with break. That way we can set like we can set a boolean like did find the required effect. And then we can break the loop. No. For each on this one. And we'll break on the when we check commission. Okay, so for each loop with break here. This is going to be a fun function. Very simple. Absolutely love it. Current, hold on. Current effect being tested. The thing is, we could just test if they're the same, but we need to test if the tier is higher, because we allow higher tiers. So we need to test first if it's equal. I don't know if I'll have anything uncompleted here. We might have something uncompleted, so I'll just pull it over a bit. Okay, so this is going to loop through the effects in the current potion. We're then going, for each effect in the potion, we're going to loop through the required effects. We're going to see if they match. If they match the effect, we need to see then if we could do an and if the potions, if the current effect being tested, if the tier is greater than or equal to the required effect tier. If that's true, we have our match. And we can have a local variable of b does potion have required effect. Does potion meet required effect? Now this works. However, does it work with more than one effect? Let's do this. This is gonna be so fucking weird. Am I gonna have to nest 3 loops? Hold on. I think so. I think I have to. I might be wrong, but I think I actually have to do a for each loop on the commission, the required effects first, because we need to test each one of them. Hold on, this is gonna get a little. Prepare to have your minds fucked here. Should be able to get the Slayer Helm by my 40th task. Dude, that would be so big. Are you just gonna buy the Black Mask, or are you gonna go farm one? You might want a cannon if you're gonna farm, but it's not necessary. You just bring prayer gear and your whip. Okay, so let me run through this. Or might buy it. Yeah, I would. Maybe depends on how much it is. I think it's like close to 1 million. Might be over 1 mil. I can do it for one effect, but we can't. It obviously can't work for just one effect. We need to test multiple effects if they work. So I need to go through each of the required effects, then go through the potion. Yeah, because going through potion data first and then checking the required is, it works if there's one, but I need to switch them around if I'm testing multiple. So the same kind of thing can be done here. But we'll just switch it around. Yeah, hold on, let me delete this. Current effect being tested. How do we store that? I guess if it... Okay, yeah, so what we can do is we can set a boolean. If it's ever false, we know that the potion hasn't met the requirements. We need it to every time be true. So we need the second for each loop to break. If it can find the effect and meet or exceed the tier that we need to test. Yeah. Does every effect have more than one tier? No. The key effects are only one tier. But that's why we're doing a greater than or equal to. We're gonna loop. We might not need that. Let's delete that for a second. No, I want that up here. Current effect. Bring it back. Does the current potion data equal, greater than or equal, and set true. So this will by default we ensure that this is equal. Yeah, I think we just don't set it. It's only true. We need to be false. The problem is that when do we set it? Because this will again work for one effect. Off to bed, mate. Have a great rest of the stream. Don't forget to stretch, hydrate, posture. Dude, I am not stretching. I'm barely hydrating. My posture is terrible. I only smile when things work. I've taken my daily meds, though. I've done one of those things, okay? But you did put "and" there, so I guess I have to meet all of them. They all have to be true. But yeah, take care. Sleep well. Don't let the scorpions bite. Or spiders or snakes. All the things you have in Australia. I could just make an array of booleans, suppose. Right? Like, every time I look at this, I'm thinking, maybe not this way. Maybe there's a different way. Okay, so up here we have it this way. We have required effects. We're going to loop through these. Every loop, we grab a new required effect. We check the potion effects. And if any of them match, we will poof out and yeah, we should save it to an array that required potion has met. Oops, I just bumped you guys, sorry. Has met the requirements. Then we can go through that array. We can check if there are any falses in there, because that means that the potion is, we don't need to go any further because it doesn't meet the requirements. But if it's all true, then we can go into the next phase where we check against the positive and negative effects, right? That's what I'm thinking. It sounds right. It sounds right. Is it right? Potion requirements array. Change variable type. Hold on. Default false. I think I know a way we can do it. Default false. Set true. Now, on completed, granted, we could just put that down there, right? Let's do it. Prefer it down there anyway. It'll make more sense. Set true. and then break. The moment we find it, and if it exceeds, we break. And if we don't find it, or the tier isn't high enough, it's going to finish up anyway and does meet requirements will be false. Gotta make sure we do that there. Okay, then we're gonna get the potion requirements. And we're gonna add it to the array. Okay, that sounds good. I think that's gonna work. I need to add a sound alert for subs. I'm really sorry that I don't have that. I'm really behind on keeping my stream up to date with all the fancy techs. The problem is, guys, I go home and I play video games, I drink the alky, and then I fall asleep. That's what I do. He's just like me for real. Hopefully not. No, my sleep schedule's been terrible this past week. But I slept a long time yesterday, so I feel pretty good today. So I will make sure to get the sound alert done today. Okay. Does potion meet requirements? Yes. Okay. So when this finishes, when this for each loop is complete, we can do yet another for each loop. Right. More loops. And if at any time it is false, we just return. Just fucking end it. End the existence. Actually, we need to... We need to run this and then end the existence. Okay. However, if they are all true, we're good. We are A-okay. We have the required effects. Next step that we need to do is check if the break. Can I just put this up here? Can I just test if the current effect being tested is why don't we just do it in the same one? Why do we need two? Mission effect being, let's promote this to a local variable too, and this will be potion effect being tested. I just want to have nodes, you know, that I can use to test these further. Okay, so we'll go further here. This isn't enough yet to finish this off. We then need to test if the earned commission data break we mainly just need to test if the penalty effect types are equal. for each loop. Hold on, let's do motion effect being tested. Break. Can I make a macro for get effect type? Let me do it. Get effect type. Input execution, output execution. Execute. Then. Input of an F name. Effect ID. Get data table. Row. Effects. Break. Output effect type. Looks good. Get effect type, okay. Oh wait, yeah, I did want that there. Current effect type. And then what we can do is for each through this. Penalty type. With break. And if it is equal to current effect type, we can break that. However, if it is not equal, does potion meet requirements? Set to true. In which case it'll just finish anyway. Wait, this won't be... Hold on. This won't work because if it passes the first one, it's going to be set to true. If it fails, then it... So do we need to set it to false? And do we need to set it to true here? But then this here is going to set it to false. Break it, and then we need to go back and break here. And so it was really fucked up. These are some really fucked up execution nodes. Mamma mia, this is some spaghetti, that's for sure. Uh-oh. Hold on. Oh no. Datu. Are you still watching? They're doing some big, or they at least they have some idea to do some big balance changes to certain items. And I think it's going to affect the price of set items quite a bit. Oh no, he left. Must have gone to sleep. Typical Americans. Sleeping. Normally. Okay, I think this works. I just kind of want to test it somehow. What do you mean? Yeah, I guess, yeah, Crossroads. I attract all the Europeans and then all the Americans with weird sleep schedules. It is what it is. It's okay. I mean, for years, I was also the night owl. I think I was waking up at like 7 p.m. and I would work through the night, which admittedly was nice, but it was also really terrible, I think, for mental health, stuff like that. But it did mean I could walk to the gas station at 3 a.m. and buy some incredibly good hot chocolate for like $1. Okay, I think it was more than that. I think it was like $2, but it was good. Okay, we don't do flavor yet. But I think that this really weird looking bit here will work. Oh god, is there any way that I can test this though? Let me do this. Let me do a for each loop with break. Organized was nice when I did it, save for a few exceptions. Yeah. I kind of miss it, but at the same time, I do know that it was just really... It's not sustainable, right? I don't think it's long, especially if you have like family and stuff. It's not, I don't think it's a very sustainable long-term lifestyle. But it definitely worked when I was younger and single. And I didn't have to buy everything that I needed myself. I could rely on like my parents to pick something up if need be. But now that I I have somebody I want to spend my evenings with, yeah, it doesn't work anymore. I might do some, evening streams. It'd be kind of fun to pick up on Americans, let my family or parents catch a stream now and then. We'll see. We'll see. But treating, I treat this like work, so I'm here during work hours. And then when I go home, I put work behind me. I'm just trying to be healthier for like my mental state. So I burnt myself out pretty bad on the last game I worked on. Well, technically it would have been two games ago, but the last game that I released, or I worked on that was released. Either way, I burnt myself out because I was just like overworking, and office drama was off the charts. Was not good. Little drama's okay. Like I can handle a little drama. Too much drama, nah. I'm a pass. Like sometimes you have to make waves. I should clarify it. It's more like if there's something wrong that can be improved, it just needs to be handled. And what I don't like is people using their position of power to shut down those who have genuine concerns. And there was a lot of that. Like, just get back to work kind of thing. Like, yeah, but I can't work if we're just going to run into the same problems as last time. The problems we experienced last time led a good portion of the team to crunching and being burned the fuck out. That's not sustainable. We can't do that. We're handling it. Get back to work. Yeah, but it impacts my work. It impacts what I'm going to be doing next. So here are some ways we can improve it. You're just trying to sabotage things. Okay. Okay, buddy. I quit. You guys like that TED Talk? We should have what's that? Yeah. Nobody's gonna tell me no. I mean, okay, so here's the thing. Like, I do work. Microraptor is kind of this loosely not even connected, it's just loosely grouped together number of colleagues, right? And it's not that the goal is that nobody says no to us, or that we can't have bad ideas shut down or iterated on. It's more just that there's no ego there. We are all developers. There is no lead developer. There's no authority figure necessarily. It's just, here's my idea. Do you guys like it? No, it could cause this problem. It could be this. Okay, let's change it maybe to this then. And, it's just no ego. Very flat structure. There does, of course, have to be a final case authority figure, right? And that does fall upon me. So if there does need to be a decision that's made that impacts, to a significant degree the direction that we're heading, I do have to make the call there. We haven't had to do that yet necessarily, but I'm also just a person that's willing to be like, okay, I made a dumb decision. It fucked us over. I apologize for that. You know, how can we avoid doing that in the future? What do you guys think that I should have considered more, or, you know, stayed away from? It's clear. Now I'm going to do that. How can we take this function called brew potion? Well, should work. We will test it. We will put a breakpoint on here, I suppose, and we will jump into the depths of this brew potion. God, I thought I'd crash the engine there for a second. Can I get rid of that print too? Cauldron potion. Where's the UI? Jar list item. Graph. Don't print. Get out of here. I think it goes down to something. I in the last year of that job that I was working, I spent a lot of time researching. I don't know, it sounds kind of pretentious to say that, right? But I just did a lot of time trying to learn more about leadership and company management and things like that. And it doesn't mean that I've learned enough to be able to do this perfectly. But I did learn, I believe I learned enough. I could be wrong. But I learned enough to identify some of the reasons why I think that leadership structure was not very good, and it was causing a lot of problems with morale and production. And one of the things I went back to, and I saw a lot of successful business people all seem to agree with, is that a company needs to have values. It needs to have something that defines how it operates and defines how the people think. And it, again, that sounds very corporate on the surface, but if you have good values and you put those into practice, it's very similar to a family structure or even a religion to some extent, where you have people believing in a core set of values that they follow and they treat seriously, and it leads to good, ideally good ends, right? Everyone pizza on a Friday, the New York top CEO. Buy everyone pizza, yeah, exactly. Oh, you guys are burnt out? How about a pizza? I mean, okay, the pizza does help. I don't think it helps with burnout, but it certainly helps with just like socialization. What I'm trying to say, like, so I started MicroRaptor. The first thing that we did before we had any idea of the games we wanted to make, before we had even a logo, whatever, I just sat down and I said, okay, guys, what values define us? How we treat each other, how we're going to treat the customers, how we're going to work on a day-to-day basis. What does it actually mean to work for our company? And how can we prove to people that it's not just some bullshit term like togetherness? Be surprised how little it takes to please people. It depends on the person. I think there's a lot of different things that motivate different workers. And the things that motivate me are certainly very different from things that have motivated some of my friends to work in this industry. Some people just want the money. That's it. However, I can say that if you're just in game dev for money and you don't care about games, you won't be hired at Microraptor. But that's because we have these values, right? We have a certain type of person that we're looking for. Our values, for instance, are transparency, collaboration, and ethics. And I've had this talk before, but I'll say it again. We believe in transparency with each other. That means if we have a problem, we say it. If there's something that is happening with the company, we just tell everybody, like, hey, our financial situation this month isn't that great. And, here's what it is, here's how we deal with it. But it also means that we're going to be transparent with players. If we have a delay, we tell you exactly why there might be a delay, what the cause is, how we're trying to address it. We don't hide this. We don't bullshit. And it's the same thing is kind of with like collaboration and ethics, right? So we believe in collaboration with each other. We don't hoard knowledge, we share it. And we also collaborate with the community. We're not here just to make games, pump it out, and back off. We have a Discord because we believe that we just want to talk with you. We are gamers. We talk with other gamers. We just build a game because we love games. We have shit games these days, and so many people take it upon themselves to make something unique or both toxic. It really is. Game companies used to be run by people who enjoyed games and actually made the games, and once the money became so extensive in the gaming industry, then the businessmen started to move in. And they're not bad at generating a profit. I just don't think that the ends justify the means, personally. I wouldn't be happy to build a company like that just doesn't give a shit about its players. Because I am a gamer, and that's not the way that I want to be treated. I feel like shit when I get treated like that. Or in bullshit statements on Twitter of some post of, oh, we're sorry, I guess we're gonna have to delay the game because it doesn't meet our standards. Like, that doesn't mean anything. Prove it. Do better at production. Okay, I'm ranting. It's rant time. It's rant o'clock. Let's brew a happy dude potion. The happy dude potion is me finishing this game. Okay, what was I testing? I was testing restore health. Okay, this actually does have restore health. I'm gonna add this to the table too. What else has restore health? Probably a toadstool. Toadstool has it. Restore health 1. We're gonna have to test this multiple times, I think. Okay, bell pepper, yeah, restore health. Toadstool. We have the restore health. This should, if I press this, well, let's test it. We'll just test it. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't have any. Okay, I can see that at least. Artifacts restore health tier 1. Any positive, any negative is fine. Ooh, we don't test right now for any positive or any negative. I didn't think of that. I just hiccuped. Sorry. We're just gonna fix this part up a little bit. But I still think this will. It should still succeed. Alright, let's jump through. Commission. Yep, does meet potion. False. Current potion data. 2 ingredients, 1 effect. Effect ID is not being saved. Nor effect tier. Okay, so that's a problem. this is way too anxiety inducing of a track for right now. Hold on. I don't mind that they put the battle themes in here. The problem is that I need something a little bit more relaxing. What about this one? Be relaxing? That's not relaxing. That's relaxing, okay. Feel a bit loopy today myself. Why do you feel loopy? I do it. Potion. Brew potion Cauldron info panel. Motion effects is not updated properly. Oh, because we don't add anything. Stupid. Yeah, that should fix it. Trying to block out a deathmatch map so I can test it with a friend later today. It's going too slowly. Yeah. I can empathize. Holy shit, can I empathize? And run potion data. There we go. It's got the effects, got the flavor, tags. Okay, so we know that that aspect of it is working correctly. Gonna for each loop through the required effects. No, it only has one required effect, so it should only loop once. Effect being tested. Let's jump here. Should be true. True, does meet potion requirement. Jump here. Positive restoration. Jump here. True. Does meet potion requirements. True. And it should output true. However, if we get restore health 2 in there, jump forward. True. Okay. Let me close this and then I'm going to open the game instance, or hold on, open the commissions data table. I'm going to change this to restore health 2. And we'll try doing it with restore health 1. Let's do. Be false. Okay. False. Yes. Okay, that aspect is working properly. What else could I test this? What else can I test this with? We're gonna have to do a lot of testing of this. I mean, granted, that's also what the prototype build is for. Let's see. I want to test this with more than one effect. At the very least, we can do that. Okay, regenerate stamina. Toadstool. Do we have anything that regenerates stamina? Probably some food. Hazelnut? Refine. River Bree might do it. River Bream doesn't have any effects? That's weird. Oh yeah. Oops. We gotta fix that. Let me do that now. Let me do that I'll just fix it right now, might as well. Ingredient states. Okay, cooked will increase potency of healing and stamina. Oh, we didn't even assign tiers to the cut. I guess we got sidetracked or something there. We forgot to do that. Oopsies. Cut to restore health. But if you go back in the VOD and you look at the time when we were talking about this, I bet I started some really long rant about who knows what at this point. And then I just skipped right to the rowan berries. Lord knows that's probably what happened. Regenerate stamina. Damage mana regen. Okay, good enough. Okay, I still need something with stamina though. Maybe the carrot. Regenerate stamina 1. Be good. Okay, put all 3 of these in. We should get restore health and regenerate stamina. Looks nice. Current commission should be the same. Current potion data should now have regen stamina, restore health 1. Perfect. Great. I'm just gonna skip to essentially here. I just want to see if it passes. And if it doesn't, we can fix it. False. That's a bug. That's a bug. Well, I shouldn't skip there. That's kind of weird. If it's false, it won't do anything. We won't add... Oh, no, because we do add it either way. Of course, it doesn't require regenerate stamina, so it's adding the false. Okay, okay. Okay, I see what the issue is. I don't know how to solve it yet, but I see what the issue is. True, otherwise we will end it and add false. We don't want to, we only want to add it to... Or do we want to move it here? That looks so fucked up. Yeah, let me try that. Let's try that. Okay, so we did a carrot, cooked, bell pepper, normal, toadstool, normal. Or orange, yellow, purple, orange, yellow, red. Okay, let's try this again. Zoom, resume, zoom. Interesting. Why didn't it get past there with the... body? I should still have completed that. I'm gonna put those 3 ingredients on the table for us to utilize while I fix this bug. Okay, ingredient ID, ing, carrot, CO, ing, bell pepper N, and G toadstool N. Could make it even faster and just start them above the cauldron. Pretty funny. Okay, let's resume. Doesn't even get there. Why? Why? But it absolutely should pass that. Oh no, it doesn't pass that threshold because I changed it to require... Hold on, it might have been working. I forgot I changed the requirement to restore health 2. Okay, let me see. Fuck. My bad. It is true. I mean, it works. Okay, let's fix up this part though. Would it have worked if I put it back there? I'm gonna try it. I'm kind of curious now. I don't think it would have. I think it would have added false to it. Oh no, it still adds true. Okay, let's leave it like this for now because I know why is that? Okay. We can move it over if it does cause a problem. Okay, penalty effect types. We need to do a little bit more. We need to extrapolate if penalty effect type is equal to current effect type. Hold on a sec. Somebody sounds angry. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, if it's equal to any positive or any negative, we need to do a slightly different test. We need to get the current effect type. If true, pull it down here. String, enum to string. Need to do a split from left or from start left string if equal to equal case insensitive to hold on, we'd have to do two separate tests here. This test works. I mean, this test works for equal. Right? It's equal to effect type, but we first need to check if it's any positive or any negative. If it's true, we need to split into a separate test of... Let's do a switch. Switch on effect type. What I'm gonna do. Let's promote this to a local variable just so we don't have to drag out spaghetti everywhere. Penalty effect, current penalty effect. Okay, if true, then we're just going to get the current effect penalty type. We're going to switch on that. We know it's one of the two. Or you do a select. And it's gonna look kind of silly. We can collapse this down to be smaller, essentially, but I just need to test if pos egg, right? Or it'd be better to have two of these separately. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself, putting the cart before the horse. If it's positive, we just need to test penalty type is positive and the current effect type is positive. It does not meet our potion requirements. Give me over to this. Okay, look better. Potion does not meet requirements, and we put too much. Oops. Better. And we can break the fuck out of this. Now the same thing is going to be here, but if it's negative. That's mainly what I want to test, so I could do a select, right? Just if it's any positive or negative, go here, test it. Select. Select on current penalty effect. Well, for it, if it is not equal to positive or negative, then we can go ahead with the shit here. Okay. Really messy, guys, but I think we got it. So this needs to hook up to here. I need to... We need to become anti-Italian for a second. I love your food, Italians, but I like to eat your food, not make your food. That also doesn't make sense because I like making Italian food. I don't like making it at work. Okay, spaghetti is not good for game dev. God, this looks so fucked up. Okay, put that there. Okay, I think that will function. And now any negative effect that it has will nullify the potion. Let's give it a shot. Can we get a negative effect on here? Probably. Regen stamina, resist, fortify. There's frenzy. We could try to find something with frenzy. Pretty quickly. No idea what we added frenzy on. Let's cheat. Ooh, chalkstalk friends. Frenzy. Oh, we had the bug there. Yeah, I don't know what's causing that. Okay, so all 4 of these should add in frenzy perfectly. Perfect. So we have a negative effect in here now. And if we brew the potion, we should end up getting a false out of this. Which one is it currently doing? Positive restoration. I think the current commission data is any negative. That's not right. That's not right. What's it testing? Oh yeah, it's because we're... Why are we breaking this so soon? Do we want to break? It's checking frenzy. Where did it get stuck on frenzy? It went up here. Restoration. Current effect, any type. Current effect being tested was frenzy. Huh? Is the row not being found? Frenzy, negative debuff, offensive. Oh god, guys, didn't we have this problem before? There's something with the macro. There was something with the macro that didn't, that was giving us the same problem. And the moment we hooked this up in the oops, wrong one. Too much anxiety. Put my mind at ease. We're good. Okay, let's try that. Yeah. Restore health. Yeah, that's true. Understand. Yeah, the potion effect being tested is E_frenzy. It's finding the row. In DT_effects. E_frenzy should be negative debuff offensive. Why is it returning positive restoration? Excuse me? Cutsper, are you there or are you busy? A little bit of space in here. What if we print every effect type that we see here? If we get this far, oh, because it doesn't get that far. It's not showing that. It's not actually getting that far. Because it doesn't. It fails here. Shouldn't this be on false then? What are we doing? It's a monster. No, let's not do that. Hold on. What problems is this going to cause, though? This is going to cause... Let's just see. Let's just see what it does. Here. Put these in first. I'm going to remove the breakpoints here temporarily. Brew. Okay. That's good. That is a good thing. Still true. Are we not clearing? We're clearing it here. But it needs to be cleared here. Okay, it's still saying true. This time it should be false. It's not false. Okay. Yeah, this is a bit of a problem. Positive. Restoration. Negative. Debuff. Offensive. Well, this is getting the frenzy then. And it should be setting it to false. Any neg, we'll check neg. And it's a base insensitive. It should go here. Yeah, potion requirements false. Because we do need this here. As I thought. Okay, let's do this. Let's get rid of it there. Try it again with our original case. Yeah. Hmm. We may have to rewrite this. We may have to rethink this. Leave this function, write a new one. I might just leave the blueprints and just make it above or below it, so that way I can look at kind of the shit like that. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think I'm just thinking about it in the wrong way. Like, I'm looping through the current commission data and then looping through the effects. But I think my original plan to do effects that check against commission data was probably the proper way to do it. Let me first think of why this isn't working. Okay, obviously the first effect of restore health is good. Does potion meat requirements true? Which isn't even the right name for this Boolean. Which just makes it more confusing. But I know what it does. I know what it does. However, the regenerate stamina doesn't, of course, meet this. It's not part of the effect. Okay, fine. That's fine. Is it allowed to be there? 5-minute break could be good, because I have to pee anyway. You're running on a loop. I am. I really am. I do this every time. Let me get through. Let me run through this first. Then I'll take a break. I'll go pee. We'll come back to it. Fresh mind. Not part of the penalty effect types, though. It's true. It will go here, but this will be false. Simple. It's okay to be there. And I think we could probably do the same down here. I think I just didn't tell it that it's an effect that we didn't anticipate, or we didn't require. But it's okay to be there. So I think I just need to do the same thing down here as well. And then keep this here the way it was intended. It just looks so silly. But it's fine. It's silly, but it's fine. It does function. Okay, here's part of my break. I can chop some roots that are appearing. Look at this. I'm smacking them. Smacking the air, technically, but you know, we pretend. Hey, it's a game, we can play pretend. We want these ones that are highlighted in green. Those are the good ones. Now I'm standing on the roots, and I'm smacking air. Okay. It's anticipated. You know, a lot of bark. Yeah, the good thing is we still have a lot of time, so I think we can get through this part of it today. The good thing is, you know, tomorrow too, if we just get if we can get this function done today, we can basically just go in tomorrow with UI in mind and just push the data to the UI. It will be good. Okay, let me test this. It still causes errors. I'll go take the break. Need to pop up for a sec, hungry as fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna be getting that way too in a couple hours, but no worries. Bell pepper, carrot, toadstool, brew potion. Just go down here. True. We're okay. Alright. Bell pepper. Health and stamina. Carrot. Stamina. Toadstool. Health. Frenzy. Let's go. Alright. Do these. And this should result in being false. But I'm going to this positive restoration. Okay. Oh, we still come all the way back here because of that break. I think that break is just the problem. Or the fact that we are at the end of that going to the break. Potion. Three. It'll only be 2. Let me pause it here. Things we go to this anyway, so we don't actually need this here. We just needed that to not trigger the break of this for each loop. When we get down here, we should have 2 entries into the array. Yes, and they should both be true because they're both allowed to be there. One anticipated problem. I feel like we'll have. Is if we don't have the required effect at all. Because if we don't have the required effect at all, it's still going to go here. It's going to test it. And think that it's okay. Right? Well, I mean, it's going to go false. So it stays false through here. And then it's going to go false here, and it's going to be does potion be required? Yeah, we need to take a small break and come back to here with a fresher mind. Probably just rethink this whole bit. So we're gonna do that. This check is fine, we just need to make sure that we get the right information to it. Probably it's okay. Okay, so let me do that real quick. Stretchy, okay. I will be right back. Hopefully you don't get any anxiety Inducing music. Let me see if no, you won't. You won't with it. Okay, BRB. All right, we're back. Okay. Yeah, let's think about that. I don't mind rewriting it. I mean, it's frustrating. I wish I didn't have to like redo work on screen for you guys, but such is the way of game dev. There'll be a lot more of this to come. Oh, my Christmas lights are off. Better. Okay. I don't think it matters which way we do this, right? Like, well, I think it does kind of matter. It might have just been flawed from the start that we're testing the commission first and then going through each effect, because inevitably some effects will satisfy the commission. But again, it's like the more I think about that, then it shouldn't matter. But it is mattering. Or the way we're doing it is wrong, which is probably the case. Okay. Let's think here. Before we completely rewrite it. A lot of this stems from this right here. If the potion doesn't equal the commission requirement, we still need to go further to see if it is okay with the commission requirement or it isn't okay. I mean, here it already satisfies the potion requirements. Otherwise, what we do is we go on and we check the effect types. Is it allowed to be there? Is it not allowed to be there? Granted, I think here we could actually just do this, right? Like, if it satisfies the requirements, we're good. Add it to the potion requirements array. This effect, A-OK. Otherwise, we need to test it. Let's get rid of this for a moment. Right, this is our effect. So the effect is good. We're done. Move on. Break here. It looks silly, we'll fix it later. Okay. Sorry. Wake up. Okay, we will uncheck the current penalty effect type if it's allowed to be there. So we essentially have two very similar tests here. If it's equal to any positive or negative, we need to see if it's allowed to be there. If so, it meets the requirements. If not, and then at the end of this, we need to and I think this is okay to be here. And it should be fine. Then it's gonna go back and it's gonna test a new effect, right? Yeah. So for each effect, the Boolean controls one of two things. Either it, or essentially does it fulfill a requirement, or is it allowed to be there? The problem is that it works for the exact same thing right now. So what we actually need to do is, does potion meet requirements? Yes. But then we need a different Boolean of is potion allowed to be there? Or is effect allowed to be there? Sorry. So we need a simple branch. Does potion meet requirements? Which is either true or false. And if at any point an effect is not allowed to be there, yeah, it's like we're testing two things and we're trying to shove it all into one array, which is absolutely not a good thing to do. The only time we should be adding stuff to the array is if it meets the requirements or not. Does effect satisfy does okay. The does effect satisfy mission requirements? Requirement. It's a really long boolean. It's a long boolean, but we need it to be accurate, not short. Does potion meet requirements? This is completely a different thing. We need is effect allowed to there. This is mostly what we're testing. Is effect allowed to be there? We don't know. Does effect satisfy commission requirement? Yes. Is effect allowed to be there? Yes. Potion requirements array. Do we want to do? So this effect passes that commission. Okay. Yeah, we need to, here is where we need to do the test actually to see if the yeah, each time we need to do that. Okay, otherwise it is false. So we don't need to update this, but we need to check if the effect is allowed to be there. And this was our issue. Now we can go back to here. Wait, let me just double check this because I don't like. Is effect allowed to be there? Completed. Is effect allowed? Now here we need to do a branch and then I think a test. Once we have completed going through all the effects, or the commission requirement, I mean, it wouldn't matter if at any point anything in this array is false. We're fucked. We go through it. Does potion meet requirement? Yeah. Sorry. I have issues with like acid reflux and phlegm and whatever the fuck. I don't know. I'm dying. Okay. Let me eat my chalk. Mint flavored chalk. Biggest thing here is this works for if there's one requirement, right? I feel pretty positively about how this will work with one commission requirement. Now I could take this break and I could just exit the I could exit the function here. The problem is while that works, it wouldn't provide any feedback. We wouldn't be able to do anything with this information. We almost need like another array of like commission request fulfillment. Was this first commission request fulfilled? Yes or no? And obviously if all of them are fulfilled, we're okay. We're great. Does effect satisfy commission? We still have a problem, I think, with... Yeah, hold on. We can add this, but only if The problem still remains. If all the effects are allowed to be there, we will just put all trues in. The thing is, we should not say, yeah, see, this is the thing. We need to say, is the commission fulfilled? So we need to do a branch once we're done with going through all the effects. We need to see, does effect satisfy effect satisfy commission requirement. Ocean requirements array. No, we don't want to add this to the array. Look at me. Yeah, let's rewrite. Let's rewrite. We're close. I just think we need to freshen the perspective a bit on this. I don't know if any of this is actually correct down here. We're just going to presume that everything is wrong. Everything is broken. None of this mess is factual. And this is a lot of mess. Move it over here. Yeah, a lot of question marks. Okay. Thing is, we have a lot of like stray local variables now. Unreal Blueprints Paster. Blueprint UE. Here we go. I can use this as a reference. Kind of. It's good enough. Hold on, guys, give me a sec. There's some big shit happening that I gotta take a look at. Just relax and enjoy the music while I take a look at it. God. Okay. Interesting. It's I'm actually just looking at some changes in balance for a game. Kind of crazy. It's gonna have a pretty big impact on certain things. Good thing is I don't think it's gonna affect me too much. Pretty good. It's good when you can like dodge the nerfs. Okay, yeah, that's not really being nerfed actually. Just getting a straight buff. That's getting a straight buff. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, this came down in price actually. I'm gonna have to look at this like just. I'm gonna have to read this so much later on. We'll do that after work. For today, I want to try and get this done, or at least get this to a good point. Okay, so we have a commission requirement. Now, originally we didn't want to check if the effects were good or bad for the potion. We wanted to do it all in one line, right? Or in one set. But originally what we wanted to do was check it separately. So we would go check if the commission requirement was fulfilled first, and then after that we would check if any of the effects actually nullify the commission. This probably was the smarter idea, and yet we didn't do that. And we could probably revert to that premise. Because it was just like I didn't want to do unnecessary loops if we were already checking the data. But to be honest, who cares? It really isn't that many extra loops. Not like we're doing hundreds, we're doing under 10. I think first what we can do is like number one, check if we go by commission requirement. We check if any effects fulfill the commission requirement. And we'll save this to an array of Boolean. That's it. That's number one. So it'll just be if there are 3 requirements, it's just going to be well, true or false, true or false, true or false, right? The second thing we can do is then ignoring commission requirements. Or we can actually just test, are all commission requirements successfully seen through? And we can just save that. That way we have some information for the player. Second thing we can do is we can go by effect, and we can see if it is, well, essentially this, right? We can do this part of the array. If it's allowed to be on there, or if it's not fulfill, or if it's you know, breaking the terms of the commission. And we can save information for that too. Okay. Let's do that. Let me delete these. You know, all the work is going bye-bye. Delete. And I will just delete all these. Starting fresh. Okay, current commission data, break, required effects for each loop. We don't want to put a break on here because we need to check each one by one. Current potion data, break. For each loop. We could put a break on this, right? Yeah. Because if it meets the requirements or exceeds it, we're good. And we can also do current emission effect. This will save on spaghetti. And here we can do remote local variable, current effect being tested. Looks good. Now, if current effect being tested, break. I'm going to copy over what we had here because this was A-okay. God, don't do that. Effect IDs are equal, and the current effect being tested is greater than or equal to the effect here. We have a wanted to break on it. Oh yeah. B does effect satisfy commission requirement? True. Otherwise, false. And if it is true, we break. And then we said we need to add this to an array. At the end of here. Mission effect satisfaction array. Long names, I know, but better than not having to correct. Okay. Git add. Never mind. I almost ran into the same issue we were having before. No. If it doesn't satisfy, it's okay. It's just at the end, we need to see if this was set to true. You need to add whatever is at the end. Cause effect. When should we reset this though? Probably here. Now we can test just this much. Hey Casper. Yeah, we can test just this much. This effect satisfy commission. Or is commission requirement satisfied? Is commission requirement set? A better term for it. I want to test at least this much. Print string. I'm just gonna do that so that, yeah. Why doesn't it like that? Oh, it's okay. True, okay. Now if I just do the regen stamina, which I think is the, yeah. Carrot and the, oh no, nothing. Bell pepper. Hey Natasha, how you doing? Good to see you guys again. This should be false. Okay, it's good. It's a good thing. Okay. We just had to delete a lot of work and start over. Like a lot. It's just like an hour, but you know, still sucks to have to do. You know, I want that back actually. I want that back. Still waking up. At least today's work is nice and chill. Just some procedural stuff programming. Sounds chill for you, not for me. Jesus, procedural. I do data. Okay, spreadsheets, functions, data processing. That's me. I'm a systems designer. Procedural, that scares me. Okay, the next step is checking to see if the effects are allowed to be there. tech art nerd, so I love making everything procedural. Now I'm working on pixel art houses. Yeah, 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 that makes sense. Tech art nerd. Pixel art houses, though. I also cannot do art. I can't do tech and I can't do art. But if game needs to be fun, I can do fun. Way too tired of data. Used to work with this for a living. I get data starved. If a company tries to keep me away from the data for too long, I start to get like those crack itches, you know, like, guys, got any more of them? Got any more of that data? Got any more of them spreadsheets? You need something balanced, right? You may not know it, but you need something balanced. I can do that. Just let me in a little bit. What do I need to test? All right, we need to for each through the effects, not with break. For each through the effects. Got some of that stuff I need to iterate through some spreadsheets. Bro, just help me out. Just this once, okay? I won't ask again. I'll be good. Just a little bit now. I'll be good for like a month, okay? Break. Effect ID. Oh, I got rid of that macro. I could probably have that macro back, actually. Fine, I don't need it. Where did I put it? Here. Oh, get out of here. Just one JSON array for today, I swear. I made a choose your own adventure game prototype, which I still have never finished. Which is kind of sad because it actually worked. It was functional. I just needed to write a story for it. And I'm really slow with writing. And so I just I didn't do anything with it. But you built the entire story through JSON structures, and it was really flexible. Really flexible. Like, do you want to treat the player differently because they're too poor, or because they don't have a certain skill, or do you want to say different things to them? Do you want to give them different choices based on choices they've already made? Like, it was totally working. Fully functional game prototype idea. And it's just sitting there. It's just sitting there somewhere on my computer at home. Maybe I could include it in Cauldron Chronicles. Something I miss in games. I don't make history different anymore, and I love writing. Well, it works. The only thing is that it was really hard. We would need some way to manage the story, because I think writing stories through JSON structures is probably not the greatest. But maybe I could put it in Cauldron Chronicles. I was making an in-game editor for it, so you could write the stories in-game, and then it saves it to a structure. I don't know. I'm not very good at some of that stuff, especially like tech bridges. But I made all the data. I wonder if I have an example of it. Maybe I do. I bet I do. Story. I'm gonna find it. On the. Ooh. Yeah, I have an example. Heard of Yarn? I have heard of Yarn. So you had, okay, story ID, whatever levels, because it was like a choose your own adventure. It was a choose your own adventure, but RPG. So you could, um, you had skills, items, gold, quest items, shit like that. And yeah, so you had pages. They were filled with lines. Each line had a string ID and requirements. And these were requirements to show the page. I don't know if I have an example of some of that. Each of them had choices. You could have an array of choices. They each had requirements, whether or not they had a choice that was saved, an array of rewards, and then the target page ID that it goes to. Okay, so you can see requirements here. So it required a human male. And if you were human male, it showed a certain line. Otherwise, if you were human female, it showed a line, elf, half elf. So it was really flexible. You could have entirely different dialogue shown by a character in your story, depending on race, class, items in possession, previous choices that were made, the amount of gold that the player had, their gender, things like that. It was really great. Ray, you look like you, for real, know what you're doing. Can you help me real quick? do you do 5M? Hello. Let's not presume that I know what I'm doing, but let me know what you have a problem with. Do 5M. I don't know what you mean. Pretend I don't know what I'm doing and that I'm stupid, and then explain your problem to me, and hopefully I can help. I don't know. I have to finish this game. Oh, don't close that. All right, where was I? What a script! It's a phone for my. Huh? Pretty well made JSON structure. I can see how I implement this in a Unity editor. Very clean. I hope so. I did work on the idea for a long time. M modding. I have no idea what that means. What is script phone? So it's a phone script for GTA. I don't know anything about that. I mean, I have modded, but not GTA, ever. I'm not sure I'm the greatest person to inquire about that. Even Natasha seems to know more than I do. It's all code like what you're doing. Okay, so it's just like some script. 5M is a GTA 5 multiplayer client. That's why they're usually host GTA roleplay. Okay. Do you have any error messages? Like I said, I've never modded. I don't know if I have never played. I've never used 5M. I've never done modded GTA clients. So I don't know what the structures look like. Or where it's erroring out. If it's JSON structure, check your commas, because that's usually one of the issues. It was really cool. It was just like, does the player have combat trait and at least tier 2? And you can also do false thresholds. So that means it will check the opposite threshold. So you can do like a, I don't know what a good one, a good example would be. Just you could set it to false. So if the player has a lower than combat threshold tier 2 or something, instead of over. And cryptic and secretive 5M devs usually keep them to themselves and don't teach modding for anyone so they can monopolize the scene. Oh. Yeah, that sounds pretty terrible. Then rewards would be pretty similar. I don't know. It's kind of hard to see when it's so zoomed in. But you have like choices, so it's like you can just check choice names and the starting value. You have items that are for that story, so like a quest item. I wonder if I have any good examples of this. Oh yeah, and in the strings, you could just put certain things like hero name, and it would insert the hero's name into the text when it's building it. So that's really nice. It supported rich text as well. So you could make certain parts of the text like bold or italic or different colors. I swear I had some GIFs in here, but I guess I don't. Yeah, if you like didn't meet a choice requirement, it would say so and stuff. I don't know. It was a pretty cool idea. I just never proceeded to finish it because I'm stupid. I don't know. One day I'll do it. I'll let bracket on string notations to certain variables. What cost Stardew Valley to have the easiest money cheat ever? So you just need to name your pet 42. I like that. Yeah, the idea was just to make like, just choose your own adventure, but RPG. So essentially like play your own little D&D session. It was inspired by an old tabletop, like solo tabletop variant of D&D called Tunnels and Trolls. Which were like choose your own D&D campaigns. Had a whole rule book and everything. It's pretty cool. Yeah, just writing. I'm just such a slow writer. I take too much time to perfect it, and then you have to deal with choices, so you have different branching paths. But you could create like dialogue loops as well. So you could be like talking with an NPC, and you could ask them questions and get and keep in that loop. So you could like just like with an NPC, right? You could ask them all the questions about everything they know, and then back out of it. It was very flexible, very flexible. Okay, let me get back to this. Next. Those digital choose your own adventures more than the books. Always thought they were pretty neat when they're interactive. Remember when Netflix released Bandersnatch Coolest? Yeah, I think if you really make it special, if you add in like some music or visual elements to it, I think it's pretty awesome. I mean, you are essentially just making a text RPG, but making it more modern, I guess. Here, get the effect type. If effect type is current effect. I have to get back to thinking about this. God, I wish that was full screen. That's so annoying. I have some projects for an interactive webcom like this, which the player don't completely influence the next chapter, but the perception of the world changes. You have to explain that one to me more. Current penalty. Okay, yeah, we need to do the current penalty effect type. Break for each. I don't think we need a break on this, right? Open Steam on accident, dude. Do we need a break on it? Yes. Yes, we do. No, we don't. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. I didn't put a break. But yeah, we need a break, and then I don't have a break. Okay, if this is equal, or branch. Actually, the personality of the player slightly changes the scene, so if you investigate it a little bit, a character that usually sounded like a hero would say the same stuff, but in a tone that sounded like a villain, for example. Oh. I'm gonna be honest, I think it was my love for... I'm really fucked up this year. But to some extent, I think Starfield had better companion reactivity to the choices the player made than Baldur's Gate. Which I know is a shocker. Here's now what you choose, but what you start believing in. That sounds trippy. Got some issues with the BG3 companions. They're very unidimensional. Yeah. I mean, and the thing is, I was trying to think of, okay, the BG3 characters are very archetypal, right? So are Mass Effect. So I don't know if my issue is with them being archetypal, but I felt like there was a more chance to dive into the backstories and small stories that don't mean anything to the main story in Mass Effect. I felt like I actually knew my companions and saw some of the decisions they made in the past that led them into being the people that they are. And I was even there for that, right? With their loyalty missions or their big story moments. And with Baldur's Gate, it just felt, like you said, either people would be very chill with you doing bad stuff, or you knew some of the big story elements to them and nothing else. It was like watching an anime with no... Okay, it was like... Okay, I like Naruto. However, Naruto has no just laid-back episodes that seem to be canon. All of it's filler, because it's not canon. However, I like when there's elements at play where I can just see characters just living and relaxing and showing off their personality, building that part of themselves. And you don't really get any of that with Baldur's Gate 3. It's pretty much all main story, main story, main story, and then they lose their reactivity over time, and then they just become bland. Started Baldur's Gate right after playing Outer Worlds, which you can also dive deep into companions pass with loyalty missions. Yes. And Outer Worlds, for as flawed as it was in some ways, I really like the game. I really like the short, focused story that Outer Worlds had. I really enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to the second game. Baldur's Gate, like you said, it just felt unit-dimensional, and they felt kind of flat in some cases. It wasn't that I didn't like their personalities. It's just even by the end of the game, I felt like I don't know these people. Whereas with Mass Effect, I felt like I knew all of my companions. I knew who they were. I could predict some of the ways that they would react. But I also knew that there was a side to them that I couldn't predict. But they all felt really well fleshed out, you know, for the most part. Yeah, I agree. But it feels weird to say anything bad about Baldur's Gate these days, even though I don't think it was actually anything above like an 8 out of 10 for me. It was very high budget. It looked pretty. It sounded pretty. The voice acting is stellar. Stellar voice acting. But the companions and the story, which I think are core to any RPG like that, were just below par. Or they were below what I expected from that kind of game. And yeah. Combat was good too. I like the combat. Yeah, I don't know. It was weird because you know, if you look at, okay, let me look at something. How long to beat? And this isn't the perfect example because, of course, you have CRPGs are going to take longer to play than like a first-person shooter, right? Generally speaking. But Baldur's Gate 3 takes about 100 hours main and extra. Completion is 144. Yeah, I would say I hit that mark about. A little bit shorter, but roughly the same. The Mass Effect Legendary Edition takes about the same amount of time. And I felt like it just blew Baldur's Gate out of the water for companion depth and story depth. I mean, if you go back and look at Mass Effect 1, for instance, and Mass Effect 2 as well, they're dripping with so much lore about the world, about the races. It's beyond imagination. And Baldur's Gate, there really isn't anything. You pick up a book, it's about one paragraph long, and doesn't really tell you anything that interesting. You have a talk with Will or with Historian, and they say some things about themselves or about the people that they've known, but nothing really about the world, and that makes you feel like you're actually living in it. I don't know, it's just a lot of stuff in that game just feels like it's just flat. It's just really flat. Meanwhile, I go and have a talk with the Quarian and the Geth, you know, and it's like, holy shit, I have to dive into hundreds of years of past problems and mistakes that the Quarians made, and it's like a lot of it just ends up being morally gray, which is great, because I love it. Turns deepest backstory conversation, yeah, I'm a vampire, that's... It kind of is. It kind of feels that way. And like I said, like the acting is great. The voice acting is wonderful. It's top notch, top tier. But the characters just don't amount to much. The only two I would say that have a good amount of depth are Lae'zel and Shadowheart. Because they actually matter to the core story. And you know, their past issues and religions or you know, beliefs actually play a part in the story's development, whereas everyone else just kind of feels like Even me as Tav, as the main character, felt secondary compared to someone like Shadowheart. It was very weird. It was a very weird feeling. And then, but even though they feel like they have something to say, I'm talking with an NPC and they say nothing. They have no reactivity, apart from maybe like one quip. And in Mass Effect, you would have completely different scenes playing out in like little shuttle rides or something that were based on the companions you had with you, or you know, if you brought like Legion to Tally's hearing, and it just doesn't really play out that way in Baldur's Gate. Your companions are just kind of there in the background doing nothing. Big fan of the Fallout franchise, especially New Vegas, absolutely, which has don't actually force the characters to tell you lore, but the lore is all around the world. Yes, it is. New Vegas is so good for that. When I tried to find books with lore from BG, I got like, yeah, the Mind Flayers, they're bad. I picked them up. I was hoping I would have, I don't know, Elder Scrolls style books that I could read pages of lore on, or even little short stories or poems, or, you know, like Lusty Argonian Maid or something, like a little play. And Baldur's Gate's just like, yeah, okay, this text has some information about water beetles. Great. Thanks. You know, in like Witcher 3, you had books that you could pick up and they would fill out, they would either give you new quests or you would have information added to your bestiary. Amazing. Starfield as well had, you know, like Fallout, or like Bethesda's very good at. They have a lot of storytelling in some of the deeper parts of the game, or in deeper parts of characters. And companion reactivity was exceptional in that game. Throughout the entire game, my companion, which was Andreja, which probably should be pronounced Andrea, but whatever, she was speaking with like every single mission I was doing. It was awesome. There's the Koga piece of lore, which I won't spoil for those who didn't play it. She completely spoiled all of Koga's motivations up front. Yeah, I know that one. There's a lot of really weird shit going on in that game. It makes it feel like, to me, and this is probably a pretty good lesson as a developer, is that if you pump a lot of money into making the game look good and sound good, it can fool a lot of people into thinking that the game itself is better than others in the market. I just think that it took CRPGs, which are traditionally isometric in view and don't always put emphasis on visual quality, and it opened them up to people who wanted that visual quality but have never played those types of games before. And so they can't compare it to, I don't know, Pathfinder, right? Which has really, really, really great character writing, and way too much of it. In a good way, though. Some of those companions just have like stacks of lore and conversations that you can have with them, and I love it. Okay, I need the rest of this. False, lobby there. Need to do the same thing here. Rule. Effect type. I don't mind if the game doesn't look that good if the lore is well written. Agree. Honestly, I feel like players should value writing over visuals sometimes. I agree, and especially regarding Baldur's Gate. You know, this is a game that, at least for me, I went into it thinking, okay, the two most important things for this type of game, apart from the combat, are the characters and the main story. And I actually felt like those two aspects were some of the weaker parts of the game. Combat system good, though. Combat system very good. We want to test, at the end of this, we need to know if the effect is allowed to be there or not. So for each effect, we need to test it and we need to output it. Is effect allowed to exist? Effect existence allowance array. Gotta head out to open stream and work for now. Have a nice stream and remember the rest sometime when your brain works against you. You're right. And hey, thank you, Natasha. Love talking with you. And yeah, hope you also have a nice stream as well. I think you stream, right? Let me follow you. If people are other streamers and they just want a follow and they seem like they're actually engaging in the community like you are, just please tell me. Yeah, hey, give me a follow to help out. I have no problem with that. God, is effect allowed to exist? That needs to be a singular. We will rest. We're gonna rest in half an hour. If I can finish this up and this kind of works, we'll head out. Okay, you scared me because I forgot my OBS was on and the alert was loud. I'm so sorry. I just got back. Okay, now I gotta go, yeah. Hey, take care. Good luck on your stream too. We'll talk later. We have more bad things to say about Baldur's Gate. No, we'll say good things. If my financial system improves, I can afford to follow some more, or to sub to more people. But we're working on fumes here. My account is going red every month. Unfortunately, we're gonna fix that up though. Maybe if I bought less Pepsi, Joey. I will. I'm gonna start to buy less Pepsi. Not good for me. Uncompleted, is effect allowed to exist? Okay, we're gonna do the same thing too then at the end, which is test this array. On true. Is it gonna remember this? I don't know if it will. I hate that it. Okay, I didn't remember that. That's fine. Enum to string is what? The current effect type. Enum to string. Select. Pause. Neg. Branch. Okay. If it is equal to that and it's not allowed to be there, then the effect is not allowed to exist. Otherwise, we're okay. And then below that, we just did a simple test, right? Current effect penalty type, current effect. Ooh, yeah, let's promote that. Current effect penalty type. It equal we could probably just, yeah, we don't need to do it this way, but it's fine. Not hurting anything to do it this way. Like, not allowed to exist otherwise effective. Do a break. All right, pull it over. Come on. Okay. Did good, son. Okay. I feel good about separating these two things. At the end of this, what we should have is two arrays. One of them is that are the emission requirements satisfied? Now, if the emission requirements are not satisfied, no matter what, we've failed. If all the commission requirements are satisfied, but there are any effects that aren't allowed to be there, we've failed. But if every single Boolean in both of these is true, we Gucci. At least for effects. Flavor will be a bit easier to test, I think. I hope. I am going to hope, because we'll probably do flavor tomorrow, and today I just want to see if we can actually get this aspect to work. Okay, so let's see. We need pretty much two of the same kinds of arrays. Emission effect requirement satisfaction array. I'm going to do a for each break. For each loop. No, we do need a break. No, we don't. Yeah, we do. We? Where do I find? I guess we could just do a find. Just find false. If false, then that might be easier. Might be easier. If it's less than 0, we are good. That means that we did not find any falses. Otherwise, evil, bad. Print string potion no bueno. If effect existence allowance array, find same thing. Potion no bueno. Or good potion, good boy. And then still please clear the arrays. We can just do that. Good enough. Good enough, good enough, good enough. I'm going to put a print string here. All right, number 1 is stamina and health. True, it found a false. Why did you find a false? What? Oh wait, we did it the opposite way. Hold on. Wait. If true. Okay. It's a little fucked up, but it's fine. It's fine. We're gonna switch these up anyway, so this is okay. Okay, brew potion. All right, what do we got? Our commission satisfaction is true. Effect allowance. They should both be allowed. True. Yes. Now the only thing to keep in mind, and this is not a bug, but it's going to be something we have to remember in our brains, is that we can't have any penalty effect types that match the commission effect type or types. Which we may want to change, but at least for now it should be fine. It just means we can't request a healing potion, but then ban other healing effects. Again, we might change that, but at least for now we need to keep that in mind. The good thing is we can probably change that just by taking a copy of the effect array, removing the effect that satisfies the requirement, and then just testing the updated effect array. Because we know that we've successfully completed it, right? So just a note mentally. Okay, we need to test this too with the frenzy. We need to get the chalkstalk friends back. Okay, add those to table. Okay, we got the frenzy. This should now result in commission satisfaction, yes. However, apparently it's still fine. Nope, we have a bug, okay. All right, we gotta fix it. Let's fix the bug. Hold on. I was gonna say, look at it guys, we have it working, but we don't. Fine. We will make it work. I feel more confident about this than before. Okay, what effect are we currently checking? Current effect penalty type. Why is that no debug data? Positive restoration. I've been disconnected from server. I think I was chopping wood for 6 hours straight. Yeah. Fine. Whatever. Positive restoration should be fine. Yes, is effect allowed to exist? Perfect. Okay. Second one is testing. This is the negative debuff offensive. Should be false. Why? No, it should be. Huh? Oh, I'm testing the wrong thing. Aren't I? What's in here? Current penalty effect type, and we're checking current effect type. We're testing the wrong one. That might. Current effect penalty type, okay. I'm going to remove the breakpoint here and we're just going to try it again. Did I press play? Okay, there we go. Alright, this should now be false. Yes, true, false, true. And that means potion no bueno. You failed. You are a failure. You are a stain upon your family. You do not pass go. You do not collect any money. You don't even go to jail. You just die. You will be insta-killed if you fail to make potions correctly in our game. That's not true. It could be true. Better watch out. Okay, what I want to do to test one more thing, I want to change the commission requirement to restore health 2. However, I also want to add in a new requirement of stamina, whatever the fuck it was. Regenerate stamina. Regenerate stamina 1. Alright. This potion should not meet the first requirement. Potion no bueno. Yes. Because we don't have Restore Health 2, we have Restore Health 1, but we do have Regenerate Stamina, and the effect allowance array should be true because they're both positive. Alright, let me test one more thing. I think we have this working, guys. I'm pretty excited. Potion no bueno. False true and true false true. Yep. The good thing is because we have this as well, we know exactly where the player is. The reason why I didn't want to put this before testing the effects is because now we have precise information of, it's not precise, but we do have the index values of the issues here. And if we wanted to, we could use these index values to report to the player exactly what has failed for them. So having this data is pretty important to have. Yeah, we still need to do flavor, of course, because that's also a way that the potion can fail. I want to try to actually do this commission with Restore Health 2 and Regenerate Stamina 1. Essentially, we just need something with Restore Health 2. Maybe some better Toadstool. Probably this one. Oh no, because the carrot or the bell pepper only gives 1. Okay, we need something with better restore. Maybe some cooked bell pepper. Yeah, that's much better. Oh, but we only have regen stamina 1. No, that's fine. We just need restore health 2 and regenerate stamina 1. Perfect. And yeah, good potion, good boy. Holy shit, guys! I think we have it working. Oh. Well, that got a bit messy, and this isn't complete yet. Of course, we have to add the flavor checking, but we're gonna add the flavor checking tomorrow. The good thing is we did a lot today. Let's go over what we did. We added commissions. We can set them up in a way that we want, hopefully. I really hope. We might have to refactor it a little bit. But so far it looks pretty damn good. Tomorrow the flavor I think is going to be pretty easy to take care of. And then we mainly just have to put this information on the UI for the player. Can brew potion, click a button, check if potion meets requirements. We're working on that. Randomly choose 1 out of X potions, no repeats until array exhausted. That should be pretty easy to do as well. Potions designer made and have multiple effect requirements. Yes. Need basic UI to show potions that you need to make. Could we do all this by tomorrow? Maybe. Maybe. We're gonna see. Or we can continue streaming a little bit today and we can finish off the flavor requirements. And at least then this part would be done. This part will take 20 minutes. This is just we need to design some potions to make. Let me think about this a little bit. Because I know the original goal was Friday, right? To have this demo available. Can we actually reach that? No. For 2 main problems. I think it's going to take us a good portion of tomorrow to get the UI made. And knowing when and where to display it to the player. Because we want the player to have it available to them while they're while they're working, right? Or at least somewhere available so they don't have to quit out of this to see it. And I kind of worried that it's going to... No, it wouldn't. I mean, if the player can just like hold a button to have it appear and disappear. However, the reason why I don't know if we can get this all done by tomorrow is that this ingredient shelf is a mess, functionally. It is barely working in my opinion. And if I want the player to be able to sort through ingredients or filter ingredients that add restore health, for instance, I don't know if we can do this in a satisfying way. So I think what I would do instead, which is kind of sad, but I think we can have everything else done except for the filtering and sorting of ingredients. But it will also mean that on like Monday or Tuesday, depending on how long it takes us, we can have the prototype built done by then and we can have that up on our Discord. For anyone to play. You don't have to be a follower of the channel. You don't have to be a subscriber to the channel. You just need to be on our Discord server. So if you aren't on our Discord server yet, you can type !Discord into chat to receive a link, or below the channel there should be a link to our Discord for that. And if you want to play this, if you want to test it out and make some potions yourself, you can share with us the craziest potions you can make, the best healing potion, the best buffing potion, the worst poison, or the stupidest potion. Look, we have cow dung, okay? You can do some crazy stuff with cow dung. It damages your health, it gives you paralysis. it makes you lucky as well if you ferment it. So you can do some pretty fun stuff with it. But I absolutely want a way for players to filter and sort through this a little bit easier, because this is a big pain point for me personally. If I need an effect, I don't know how to look for it. And it would be pretty cool too if we had a way to show players how you could process an ingredient to be different. In my opinion. They can look here, but I might get rid of this. I might just have normal ingredients be available right away. But you know what I could do? Let me show you. Well, let me show you an idea. You guys can tell me what you think. Okay, I have bell pepper, right? And it can be processed into shit. Even I don't know on first glance. You can't dry it. You can cut it. You can cook it. You can cut it or cook it. So what if when you grab it and you're holding it, while you're holding it, we somehow highlight the viable ways you can process the ingredient? So you can know, okay, I can only cut it or cook it. That might be a good idea. I'm gonna add that. It would be cool too to have it on the. Okay, second idea. Doesn't nullify the first idea. Second idea. We generate jars as long as there is at least one ingredient of that type. However, we then show you all of the variants that ingredient can be. But if you have 0, you can't do anything with it. It just shows times 0. So you don't have any buttons, but you can at least then see how it's going to change based on the way that you process it. Here you can say, okay, I just have regular chalk stalk fronds. I don't have anything else, but I can see the different ways that it will change, so I can quickly send this to processing. Okay, I need, 2 cut and 2 cooked. So I can go quickly cut a couple or cook one and send these back to the table or send these back here, right? Also, this isn't updating numbers. Weird. What happens if I allow this to go on? Oh yeah, it just resets those. I don't know if I want that. Holy shit. Oh no. What's going on? Oh no, the buttons are pressable even if they're not visible. Oh no. I didn't know that. Okay, we have a problem. That's a big bug. And yeah, this is just absolutely not good for the stability of the game. Funny though. Holy shit. Guys, don't look if you have motion sickness problems. I promise you're not going to like what you see. Some physics issues. Okay, we have a problem with the... This is so silly. This is so silly. This is great. Give me a... yeah, I imagine that you would have a problem with that. Okay, I need to write down two things. Number one, when holding ingredient, holding ingredient on processing station, highlight viable processing boxes in some way. That's number one. Number two, we have a bug. Processing buttons can be used even if they're invisible. That should be an easy fix. We just need to get their visibility, and if they're invisible, we disable the button from doing anything. That's really easy to fix. I just want to see if the brew button also does that. What doesn't? It's so weird though. Oh yeah, look at that. It is still doing it. But it only did that when it was first usable, and then... That's so weird. Is it because it still has focus? Like if I... No, it just... Oh my god, that's so weird. I don't know how to get rid of that. We might have to do the same thing here. Okay. We have some bugs. Same thing occurs with brew potion button. Okay. So knowing this, we absolutely are not going to be ready for tomorrow for the build, which is fine. We will probably be ready closer to Monday or Tuesday, depending on what issues happen. Oh, I'm exhausted, guys. We should head home. As we say in Poland, land of Poles, chodźmy do domu, which means let's go home. Although some of you might already be home, so stay home. Don't go out. You might die, and if you die, you can't live, so stay home, never go out. Never talk to anyone, because if you talk to somebody, they may say something bad. And if you eat something, you might die as well. So don't eat, talk to anyone, and don't go outside. This is my advice. This is official Microraptor advice. All right. I'm in. That's it. Okay, awkward finish. Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for the follows and subs today. It really means a lot. If you are interested in following or subbing, we do have new emotes that we just added. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here for the stream Crossroads, and thank you for the emotes. Hold on, we can... Wait, I have to do it this way. Look at these emotes, guys. These are awesome. I love them all so much. I'm going to press some of them multiple times. Look at these. I love it. Okay, so thank you guys for the stream, and if you want, feel free to follow us on Twitter as well, and on YouTube you can see all of the past streams for development, all of it. So if you want to start, they're long, I promise you they're long, but I say a lot of controversial things, and if you're looking for some way to get me canceled, that's the way to do it. Go back onto my previous streams, find bad things I've said, take it out of context, share it with me, it's funny, I love it. Or if you just want to see past progress videos, they're also there. And if you want to join our Discord, feel free to do so. We are on there. You can chat with us. You can engage with us, talk about the game, say bad things about the game. And when we do post our prototype builds, they're all going to be posted on there for you to play. So thank you again, guys. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I will see you tomorrow, same time, for the same shit. And good luck. We're all counting on you. See you guys. I'm so dumb. See ya.